guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive. Time flies when you're having fun.
So we're wrapping up a Tuesday already. Midweek coming on. That means, hump day. Hey, Mike. What day is it? So what's going on out there? Very quiet, calm night. Kind of a stagnant weather pattern outside the secret bunker, but we've begun the warm-up. Look at there, 72 degrees outside the secret bunker. That's more like Florida temperatures as we've crossed over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. I've been talking for several days about the blossoming heat wave. And we're also looking at the potential for some more severe weather along the northern tier of that building heat wave. Now, tonight, there's actually some fairly decent thunderstorms in the western portions of Oklahoma and north central, it's actually toward the Texas Panhandle region. We had severe thunderstorm watches that had just expired here. But we could still see some feisty storms. You start up toward about Woodward, Oklahoma. You draw a line south and southwest all the way down to about Lubbock, Texas. Along that line, some pretty feisty thunderstorms do not appear to be reaching severe limits. I do not see any severe thunderstorm warnings, but some of these are dropping enough rain, causing some flash flooding issues. Now, let me see. I take that back. There are a few severe thunderstorm warnings in the mix. They just updated things, and they've extended the severe thunderstorm watch for western Oklahoma and the north central portions of Texas till about 3 a.m. this morning. So for the next several hours, some of those storms could be packing a punch. Maybe some hail in the mix and some damaging straight-line winds. But the bigger focus is going to be severe weather, more severe weather on the way for the north central portions of the country, right on the heel of a round of strong storms that rolled through on Monday. Monday's threat of severe storms indeed lived up to the expectations with a concentration of large hail, damaging winds impacting parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin. Hail the size of baseballs in Blomkest, Minnesota. Yeah, more than 6 incidents of large hail, several tornadoes reported as well, according to the Storm Prediction Center. While the heaviest rain avoided areas around the Red River of the north, some of those downpours did lead to some secondary rises along portions of the river, and that will be the case in the days ahead. Major flooding is ongoing from Oslo, Minnesota, north into southern Manitoba, Canada. As of Tuesday morning, heavy rain fell further to the east and south. Some of the heaviest rain was down into parts of Iowa, about 2.5 inches of rain in the little town of Zering, Iowa, Monday. That's northeast of Des Moines. As the scorching heat continues in the central and southern plains, this big bulge in the jet stream is going to keep the storm track over the north central U.S. And we're going to be looking for multiple rounds of thunderstorms and potentially severe weather. Severe storms will be firing up again across Milwaukee, Green Bay, and Madison, Wisconsin. As we head on into the day, Wednesday midweek, things begin to shift a bit further east as a disturbance in the jet stream moves along the edge of that hot air to the north. The midweek storms are going to be firing from northeastern Nebraska on up into northwestern Ontario, Canada. All forms of severe weather possible today, ranging from tornadoes to large hail, powerful wind gusts, and flooding downpours. Looks like the Twin Cities and much of central Minnesota, you'll be in the direct firing line with these storms, although anywhere from northern Nebraska to southern Ontario, Canada, may see impacts from these storms Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday evening. Looks like more severe storms fire up on Thursday as a dip in the jet stream that's persisted over the northwest begins to shift eastward. Severe storms likely to erupt again from Oklahoma all the way up into Ontario, Canada once again. Thursday could shape up to be actually the worst round of these three systems when it comes to severe weather. Once again, all modes of severe weather could occur Thursday. the risk of multiple tornadoes. Heavy rain could aggravate existing flooding, especially along the Red River of the North. Fargo, North Dakota, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Lincoln, Nebraska could all be at risk for damage and disruptions as these storms erupt and move through during the afternoon and evening hours. Some of our major interstates travel along Interstate 29, 35, 70, 80, and 90, and I-94 may be affected by some of these stronger storms. Looks like the greatest threat for violent storms Thursday may actually focus along the Red River Valley of the North. Now, forecasters tell us we could see winds gusting near 100 miles per hour in the strongest of these storms. That'll do some damage. So turn around, don't drown, do not go around the barricades. Anyone planning on being out in the elements may want to reconsider travel plans, as flooding along roadways may be particularly difficult, especially once the sun goes down. And, of course, conditions can often change very rapidly. So it looks like an active stretch over the next several days. As we look at things currently, I'm going to kind of zoom out on the radar. We're not really seeing much going on at this point in time. It's all's quiet from the Dakotas, through Minnesota, Wisconsin. A few thunder showers may be firing over the northern tip of lower Michigan over the next few hours, but apparently things are going to begin to fill in, especially later in the day, Wednesday, and again into Thursday. Meanwhile, how about the heat that continues to build? Record highs are going to be challenged along a 2,000-mile stretch. The heat's going to be sizzling once again. Texas has already been cooking for several days, going back over the weekend when they had already begun to see triple-digit highs. Dallas, Houston, all the way up into the Midwestern hubs of Chicago and St. Louis continue to warm, and that unseasonable warmth eventually makes it all the way up into New England. Even some of the major Canadian metropolitan areas, Ottawa, Montreal, Quebec City, may be challenging some record highs as this week progresses. Highs in the 90s as far north as South Dakota, Iowa, and Wisconsin. Now that's along that northern edge of all that heat where those strong storms are going to be firing off. Temperature records dating back to the 20th century may be rivaled in some cases. High temperatures not seen since maybe the 1800s on certain dates may be topped. Let's look ahead today as the heat, again, continues to build into our region. Indianapolis, you're going to be warming up today. You're going to be within a few degrees of your record of 89 degrees, which was actually set in 1896. That's later today. Thursday, parts of Chicago, the warmth could produce temperatures that you haven't seen since back in the 1950s. The record at O'Hare International was 92 degrees. That was set back in 1956. What kind of global warming was going on in 1956? All right. On the rim of the heat, again, the rounds of thunderstorms will be erupting, could be severe at times over portions of the Dakotas, Minnesota, and northern Wisconsin. So near the end of the week and over next weekend, the upcoming weekend, we'll finally see this big jet stream buckle begin to break down. So moderating temperatures will begin to return to what would be more typical temperatures for mid-May. The same offshore storm that brought the heavy rain over the Mother's Day weekend still stalled out over the Atlantic, off the Atlantic coast. And that storm itself is also going to continue to exert some influence by way of a cool breeze from the ocean along the mid-Atlantic, from D.C. to Philadelphia, New York City, all the way up into the Boston area. You're not really going to be looking at the warm temperatures held back. Still keeping an eye on that particular system. Is there a chance it could actually become a tropical or subtropical system? We'll give you the latest on that coming up here as we roll on into the early hours of a Wednesday. Who we got checking in out of the box here? Our friends on Facebook and YouTube this morning. Hello to Roy. Timothy's on board with 58 degrees there. Afternoon hammer down. There's Larry. Morning, Steve, and all the Overnight Drive listeners. There's Joe checking in. Happy Hump Day. We've got a nice 52 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. So we've got you bested by 20 degrees at 72 here in Southwest Ohio. That warm air is going to be headed your way. You'll start seeing that warming up later today. Hello to Todd. Richard checks in from Central Florida, where it's 65 degrees. So we're warmer here than you are in Central Florida at this hour. How about that? Hello from the Michigan Madman. Been busy, getting married this Friday. Well, congratulations, Michigan Madman. I wasn't aware of that. All right, there you go. Good times, huh? Hello to Dave. Morning, Steve. Zorro checks in from Atlanta, Georgia this morning with 60 degrees. Gilligan on board, Steve. Hello. Clear night on I-81. We've got 59 degrees here in Roanoke, Virginia. Everybody keep a shiny side up. Deborah, as usual on board. It's going to be a hot one here today in Indiana. We've got 73 right now. The forecast high of 89. Hoping my favorite person stays safe out there on the roads tonight. Everybody have a wonderful Wednesday. There you go. Norman on board. Morning, Steve. Out here in Idaho. Headed back home. Yes, spent some time fishing on the West Coast. Safe travels to all. Hey, Mike, there's Pappy, 71 in Harrison, Ohio. I am flat out whooped. Screwed the day shift. Everybody hammered down. Yeah, Pappy spent I guess he had 800 hours this past morning, had to be at the range, so it's been a long day, huh? There's Kentucky Ken back in the saddle once again. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Steve Sommers, safe travels with Kentucky Ken listening in. There's Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve. 38 degrees in Pucker Brush, Nevada, wherever the heck that is. I'm headed back over Donner Summit at 0300 hours, headed to my home base, and then it's off to Nellis Air Force Base on Thursday. Safe travels. All right, Santa Claus out. Good to have you on board. Copy in the mail. There's Chevy Guy. James, morning from Farmville in the heart of Virginia. 53 clear. Good sleeping weather tonight. All right. Hello to Wally. Morning, Steve, and everyone in the Overnight Drive community. 70 degrees down here in WPB, Florida. Palm Beach, I guess that is. Waiting for Horse Feathers Mother's Day Trucker Convoy News Report. Well, we got the full report last evening, Wally, but I'm sure Horse Feathers will check in, and he'll update us once again. All said and done, they had a very good weekend. Good turnout there, the weather, despite the forecast and the prognostication that it may rain half the day, turned out to be a very good day. Even had some peaks of sunshine during the convoy. All right, we'll get to Buckeye Boy. What's going on? Buckeye Boy wrote me a book here. Let me see. Checking in from back in Ackworth, Georgia. My pickup in Florida went smooth. Didn't have to work as hard as I thought I'd have to, but it did save me a couple of hours. Got back here with 33 minutes left on my clock. I've been up since 0700, so I'm pretty wiped out as well. I'll be listening in on the podcast tomorrow as I'm doing my delivery. Then off until Friday when I load and leave Saturday evening for Houston. I'm a lifetime member of OOIDA. I'm disappointed that they're not a sponsor of your show at this point. I'll address that tomorrow with them. I do call their regulations department to get information on which they've been very helpful. Yeah, my company's actually also enrolled in their drug and alcohol testing consortium, which helps keep me legal with the DOT. I really don't understand why they can't get more members with all the good they've done. And even though they've not been able to get some things done because they simply don't have the voting block of members. And that is only the fault of people who want to moan and bitch but don't join so they have a voice. That is just my opinion, but have a great night. And everybody be careful out there. All right. Thank you so much, Buckeye Boy. Hey, there's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 75 degrees in Monmouth, Illinois. Shout out to the Hall of Fame Carolina Monkey Gouger, just because I can. All right, let's see. Integrity Trucker. Morning, Steve. It's a.k.a. the Mouse. I'll be calling in tonight, calling it a night in Bordentown, New Jersey. All right, calling it a night. 18 past the hour. Hey, believe it or not, you wouldn't believe. We've set another record when it comes to fuel prices. No, not surprising. Listen, every single day, the new record is the prices continue to climb on a national level. A new record price for diesel is becoming a common occurrence this year. Diesel up for the 6th time in 8 weeks. National average is now at $5.62 per gallon, up from $5.50 1 week ago. That's the latest from the Energy Information Administration. $2.43 per gallon higher than this time 1 year ago. The eastern U.S. continues to see the biggest increases once again this week. Average prices up by 23 cents per gallon in the New England and Central Atlantic regions. The East Coast region reporting a 20 cent per gallon increase. Lower Atlantic up 18 cents. On the West Coast, increases about a nickel per gallon. So $5.33 in the Gulf Coast. That is the cheapest diesel prices in all the regions around the country. Imagine that, $5.33. So again, the national average at $5.62. Now, looking at the numbers, here we're seeing, as the case has been, prices along the Northeast are pretty much akin to what you're seeing in California, which is unprecedented. New England, you're averaging $6.33 per gallon. The Central Atlantic averaging $6.31. Yeah, you look at it, California, average price in that state is $6.46 per gallon. So yeah, I never thought we'd see a day where in the New England area or the East Coast is seeing prices akin to California prices. All right, we'll get to other industry headlines coming up here. We'll open up the phone lines as we're off and rolling here on a Wednesday. Jump on board. What's on your mind? Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Anybody get caught out in that snowstorm Monday? Did you say snowstorm? Yes, an unexpected snowstorm left some truckers stranded in Nevada over the weekend into Monday. The snowstorm and the subsequent chain requirements that actually started Mother's Day, Sunday, and stretched into the midday hours on Monday on Interstate 80 near Tahoe, along with Highway 50 from Twin Bridges to Myers. Now, they say even drivers familiar with the area were unprepared for this late-season snowstorm, and apparently many drivers were not carrying chains, leaving them with the option to wait out the storm or search for chains. It's May. One driver says, I don't have chains, actually. It's May. There's usually no snow. All the chains are out of my truck. He went on to explain that the truck chains are apparently in short supply, forcing him to wait out the chain requirements. Couldn't move until the chain requirements were dropped. People just were not prepared for snow in May, according to one chain installer. Speaking with Good Day Sacramento, I don't want to pay the $130 for 15 miles for the chains, another motorist said. Yeah, she said chains were just $60 a few years ago. Well, yeah, everything's going up and away, right? Latino says, we got our chains or metal from China. It's just hard getting them here. And the cost of shipping has doubled. The cost of trucking has doubled. Look at the cost of fuel. But, yeah, some drivers caught there having to wait out the storm for the Mother's Day weekend. And what else we got in the mix here? Hey, heads up. If you frequent the Pilot Travel Center, let's see, this is Houghton, Louisiana. According to police there, a credit card skimmer was found at the truck stop there. Houghton police responding to the Pilot truck stop on North Elm in Houghton, Louisiana. While a technician was working on a faulty card reader on pump number 22, he located a device attached to the card reader on the inside of the machine, known as a skimmer. Now, these, of course, are used to copy your card information. Skimmers are usually known to be found attached to the outside of the card reader, but not in this case. Someone somehow opened the pump and actually attached the skimmer internally. Now, this was reported, let's see, May the 9th is when this was discovered. So there's a pretty lengthy period, they're saying. They believe the skimmer was attached to the pump on May the 3rd. This was pump number 22. Pump 22 located behind the Pilot truck stop there. But try to jog your memory, I guess, pull up your fuel receipts. If you had filled at that particular Pilot truck stop, get your receipt. And if you filled up at pump 22, someone out there probably has your card information from the skimmer. So keep a close eye on your credit card, debit card, whatever you use to fill up these days, whatever. All right, we're rolling toward, we'll get to our news break just ahead. In light of our spirited conversation on Tuesday morning's program, actually for the last several, and this whole discussion about speed limiters, right? The comment period is open. Thousands have already voiced their opinions, but, I'm going through and looking at some of the comments in the post, and I just, I took to Facebook and I said, what the biggest problem with truckers is? biggest problem with truckers is truckers. Damn you guys. You bitch, moan, complain. Even when you're trying to help, it's this, bitch, moan, complain. I didn't realize I would get such a spirited response to that simple statement. But my, I did. Truckers are not truckers' friends, says Floyd. D says, damn steering wheel holders. Jonathan said, your dad was preaching about that same thing years ago, and it just appears to be getting worse out here. There's no fixing it. Michael said, sadly today, don't know the old code of ethics that it takes to be a true professional truck driver. Truckers today, he says. Let's see. Problem today is we have too many foreigners. They don't care about themselves. A lot of these people are primitive people. They throw their trash everywhere on the side of the road. I saw one the other day throwing trash. I had had enough. I confronted him. Got into a big fight right in front of my terminal. He was throwing trash today. A bunch of guys were saying to me, what'd you say to him? Apparently my terminal manager and daytime guys were all looking out the lunchroom window. They saw me going off on him. He was a Somali, threw a couple big bags of trash out on his passenger side, and I saw him when I was coming in with my truck. And when I left in my four-wheeler, that's when things got very interesting. He unhooked from his trailer, went down the road somewhere, I guess to make it look like he didn't do it. But I hung the bags of trash on his glad hands. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm returning your trash. You don't throw your trash on the ground. You want to go back to your country in North Africa? Don't do it here. So it goes on, but and just from one comment after another. Let me scroll down if I could find the one. Heat Wave got into a little bit of a pissing match with one of them here. Now, VJ said, sounds like your show, Steve. A bunch of whining, crying truck drivers. To which Heatwave said, well, why don't you call in and give a new perspective? And he shared the number there. So somebody else responds, I agree. Shut your damn mouth. Calling you big blank, unless you've been out there, you have no right to bitch. I'm retired from trucking. I told my 8-year-old grandson if I was out there today, I'd have a 50-millimeter gun on the front. Shut up, you whiny. So you see what I'm saying? Truckers will be truckers. Up yours, says another's. Gotta love it. Our number is 844-844-3388. I didn't mean to start a peeing match. Oh, Darlene, Mr. Smith's daughter, said, hey, Steve, I know one of those truck drivers. I'm not sure Mr. Smith meant to, but he did that a lot. Bitch. And we'll return. Let's get a news break. Good to have you on board. Hey, Mike. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The shortage of baby formula continues. 40% of the nation's supply is now out of stock, with the number higher in states like Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Dr. Diane Hess spoke to CBS News about what parents can do to feed their babies.
But there are formulas available. So there might not be the brand name. So there might be a shortage of Enfamil, and there might be a shortage of Similac, but you can get the store brands, which are excellent. The Target, the Kirkland, the Kroger, the CVS, Walgreens, they all come out of the same factory. They're all FDA approved. They meet the same standards that regular Similac and Enfamil do.
As Americans gear up for summer road trips, the price of gas continues to go up with no end in sight. AAA says drivers are paying an average of $4.37 for a gallon of regular gas. This is USA Radio News.
Hello, neighbor. Pat Boone here. You know, they say every dark cloud has a silver lining, right? Well, today I'm going to prove it. Rising political and economic uncertainty is increasing market volatility. This flight to safety is pushing up gold and silver prices like never before. So, to help protect listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer. Historic silver Walking Liberty $50 at the amazingly low price of just
$12.50 each delivered.
That's right.
$12.50 each delivered.
While supplies last. Call 800-289-2646 now, which spells 800 BUYCOIN, buy coin. Put a silver lining in your portfolio now. Call 800-289-2646 or online at SwissAmerica.com, 800-289-2646, and you can tell them Pat Boone gave you the number.
You're listening to The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
did check out the preview for an upcoming documentary about the truckers' convoy in Canada. It looks rather interesting. Documentary looking into the unbiased, uncensored look at the month-long Canadian trucker protest, soon to be released. And according to the story, I caught this on CDL Live. It might be something worth checking out. Thus far, 2 trailers have been released for the Trucking for Freedom documentary. Yet one for each part of the 2-part documentary. Looks like the first part is expected to be released sometime this month. The second part expected to be released sometime this fall. But the website Trucking for Freedom described the film's mission like this. The views, information, opinions, and/or activities expressed within produced videos are solely for those of the individuals appearing in the video, do not necessarily reflect or represent the views of Trucking for Freedom's directors, videographers, producers, and editors. This content is strictly journalism. All content filmed is for the purpose of historical documentation. It's not meant to promote one side of an idea over another. Filmed content is objectively documenting individuals in their natural setting. No footage has been altered to enforce any particular narrative. We seek to document this movement and not responsible for the accuracy of individuals who have been filmed. Now, Chronicle Brothers Incorporated, producing the Trucking for Freedom film, not officially associated with any entities or organizations involved in the Freedom Convoy there. But it looks, again, just based on the trailers, the preview, I guess you'd call it, looks like it would be very interesting what was taking place, some of the news coverage when the unprecedented action of the government there, trying to shut things down, seizing the funds of people donating. Be very interesting to get more on the story, I guess you'd say. Something you might want to check out. Meanwhile, let's jump on over to the calls, see what's on your mind at 844-844-3388. He said, I'd like to offer my 2 cents. Now, I imagine if we're looking for somebody that can offer up a bitch session, it'd be worth more than 2 cents. What's going on, Moose?
Oh, not much, buddy. I tell you what, last couple of days I've been listening to the podcast, and I said I'm gonna stay up tonight because I need to make a comment on a couple of things. Amidst the boatload of asininity that's been unloaded in the last couple of episodes here, there's a couple of things I want to chime in about. And I've said for years, when it comes to truck drivers, you put 2 truck drivers in a room full of lot lizards and they'll screw each other first every time. That's just the nature of the beast. They can't help it. But one thing it was said, kind of stuck in my craw. Somebody made the comment, I don't even remember who it was, made the comment that deregulation, re-regulation was all, correlating that with all these speed limiters and all the rules there. I got news for you. Deregulation was to bust the unions. Truck drivers at one time had enough cojones that they'd shut a port down, they'd shut the freight lanes down, and they'd get what they wanted. You're going back to a time when, 90% of the freight was unionized freight on the road, and after Mr. Carter done what he did, and then Mr. Reagan went ahead, Carter put it in a casket, and old Reagan shoveled the dirt on top of it. But you went from having 90% of the union freight on the road down to about 20%, and I don't even know what it is now. But there ain't no organization in the business no more, and let these non-union trucks come in there and take over. They'd have a strike and they'd send them non-union guys in there, so it was all for naught. It didn't have a damn thing to do with no speed limiter. Nobody give a, in them days, best truck on the road wouldn't run 80 miles an hour, and if it did, it wouldn't run that long. It wouldn't run that fast very long, And so I promise you, it didn't have nothing to do with speed limiters. And these guys, here's what it boils down to. This is the government telling business owners what to do. I don't care if you're driving a company truck. Now, whatever the company sets it at, that's what I got to drive it at. Well, that's fine. But the government has no right to tell the man that owns that truck what he has to do with that equipment.
Right.
You know, I had a bunch of equipment, never had a governor on it, never had an issue. My speed control was connected to my right leg, you know. And, these guys driving like they're maniacs. There's a few in the bunch, you know, that do that. But they get theirs in the end, you know, them guys that do that. They either wind up upside down dead in the ditch, or the law finally gets them enough times where they take their motion lotion away from them, you know. So, I mean, but it's all about the principle of the thing. It's the government telling people what they can and cannot do, you know. And I'm not for speeding, but I'm against speed limiters, because I believe in the least amount of government necessary. You know, more government. The more government you got, the more government employees you got trying to justify payroll, and that's what you're dealing with there. You know, and some people probably ain't gonna like that, and some people gonna say, well, what he said, it's not quite as cut and dry as what he said. Well, that's just it. It is that cut and dry. If you're gonna let the government tell one man what he can do with his business, then what are you gonna do when they come after you? You know, and that's the problem that we've got in this country right now. You know, people won't stand up for nothing that doesn't directly affect them at the time. And by the time it gets bad enough where it does affect them, then it's too late to do anything about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And but you know what, Steve? I'm gonna share with you a beautiful sentiment here. I don't give a damn anymore. I think it's kind of comical. I think it's funny to hear them guys call in there and absolutely talk out their ass for 17 minutes straight. I timed the one. It was a pretty good time, you know. And you know, the old saying, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with BS. There's a bunch of BS being baffled early over the last couple of shows, you know. And like I said before, sometimes it's better to shut your mouth and be thought a fool than to open it and remove all doubt. But anyway, I figured I'd just ring your phone and let you know that everything was still going on this end. I got you a couple of new listeners over the past couple of days.
I got an email from one of them last evening. Yeah, appreciate that. You actually could, you offered them up, I guess, some of the, what was it, the Diesel Extreme, and he chimed in to say that fixed it.
Out of my own personal stash that I bought and paid cash money for too. So don't let there be any confusion about that. That was right out of my personal stash, but I'm out there promoting for the man, you know. So I think we got us a new hot shot customer and a new overnight drive listener on board there, at least one anyway.
So how's things going with the Mickey Gilley thing? I guess we're making arrangements and whatnot.
Yeah, I guess they're going to have a private funeral for the family, and then they're going to have a public memorial service or whatever. But yeah, but you know, he just come off the road and done a tour there last month. Him and Johnny Lee was out there touring around, and he come in and they put a message out on his fan club that said he had canceled his May dates, and then that was on May 1st, and then I guess they're on the 6th. He passed away. So, but he had a good lick. I mean, you know, he's 86 years old, and
right.
He worked right up there literally till the last week of his life. He was out there doing it to it, you know. So you can't ask for much more than that. And that guy was the best, man. I mean, he's just the best, and that music will live forever. So he definitely made his mark on the world. So they ain't no need of having anything but But happy thoughts about Mickey Gilly, because he sure wasn't shortchanged. I mean, he lived a good life and had plenty of success and lived a long life and worked right up to the end and checked out. And I guess that's about all a man can ask to do in life, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, I'm going to jump off here, let some more intelligent callers come in, and we'll see if we can't. I bet you I'm going to make a prediction tonight, though. There's a certain bunch that's going to be calling in later, and I guarantee you, one of them's going to be popping lisinoprils, and the other one's going to be getting his attorney to log these hot mic things for evidence. But anyway, I'll jump off here, and we'll talk at you later, bud. If you need something, holler.
All right. Thank you, Moose. You have a great morning. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I notice, I don't know, on the phone, I'm hearing the crackling, the screeching, whatever. I don't think that was on Moose's end. I know spoke to several drivers yesterday morning that said that the audio level had appeared to be down in recent days. So Josh got on the system this past evening, and we were trying to address the audio issue. Hopefully everything's better on the app, because the audio volume levels were down. Now, I don't know if we screwed something up on the phone audio. That may be the case. We'll see. We'll find out when we get to some of the other callers. But all right, we'll work our way through it one day at a time. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Undoubtedly, we're all living it. We're all witnessing it. The prices, fuel prices, food prices, you name it, everything going up. What do you do if you're running a restaurant business? You know, it ain't cheap to have, like, new menus printed up. I guess it would be easy if you just used the black and white printer to print off paper menus, but yeah, most of these nicer restaurants, Cost a lot to have those menus made. From Bloomberg this past day, they said to fathom just how rampant inflation now is in some corners of the country. Duck into the Miami River Cafe, a Mexican joint in the city's East Little Havana district. It's not that the prices on the menu that will shock you so much. Yeah, they're actually still pretty darn cheap, and the tacos are really good. But it's the fact that the prices are scrawled in pen on stickers that are slapped on the menu. You know, those stickers, they say, are the telltale sign that prices are going up at such a rapid-fire clip that the staff is struggling to print new menus fast enough. Rewriting prices on old menus is easier and a whole lot cheaper to do. A quick scan of the restaurant's Facebook post kind of lays out the increases. The specials that are offered like every Wednesday and Friday. It had been $1 tacos for years, $1 per taco. That changed in February of last year when it was bumped to $1.25. A month later, it went to $1.50. This January, it shot up to $1.75, and now it's $2 a taco. That's 4 increases over 15 months that adds up to 100%. Now, that's a lot higher than the inflation rate of 8.5% in the country. But he said, the last time I saw stickers on menus, I was in Venezuela, covering an economy that was being ravaged by hyperinflation. Now, obviously, there's no comparing the inflation in Venezuela back then to the inflation here right now, where they're not even close. But I must say that seeing stickers on the menu here in the U.S. actually brought some memories flooding back in. You got to change the prices every month, right? Up, and away. All right, about 5 before the hour. Let's get back to the calls here. Gilligan is on board this morning. What's happening, Gilligan?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving down 220 instead of 81 eating Reese's Cups.
There you go.
Hey, Steve, I have a very big concern, and I think some of your other callers do, listeners do too. You know, Rambler only worked 2 nights last week and took 3 nights off. And then we haven't heard from him. Now, you know, Cinco de Mayo was Thursday of last week, correct? Right?
Yes, Cinco de Mayo. Yes.
Well, here at GMA Enterprises, we sent out our investigative reporter, the sex maniac, and he has found the Rambler. Well, it was yesterday afternoon. Come to find out, he was over there in New Orleans. That's why I think he took that New Orleans run to kind of scope things out, you know, how the test city was and all. And he's in the New Orleans jail.
Uh-oh.
He's been partaking of the devil's lettuce and the devil's Kool-Aid, and he got locked up. Well, we have decided we're going to start a fund to bail the Rambler out of jail. Pretty incredible low price. At $19.95, you can contribute $10 to his bail fund. Or, for the incredible low price of $49.95, you can contribute $20. Please listen to that. Over $10 value. Just remember, here at GMA Enterprises, our motto, brought to you by my late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, will treat you right. Have a good night, Steve. Thank you.
Come to think of it, we haven't heard from the Rambler this week, have we? Now, I know on Sunday, of course, he does his Mother's Day weekend, had their Mother's Day sermon. Typically, he hits the hay, gets some rest, but hope he's all right. In the New Orleans jail. All right, speaking earlier about the credit card skimmer that they found at the pilot truck stop there. Dean said I actually had my card number skimmed from a card reader on a laundry washing machine room at a TA travel center. It didn't say where. But yeah, these credit card skimmers, they could show up anywhere. I remember an instance at a local station that somehow someone was able to get one of those skimmers onto one of the credit machines right there at the counter inside of the gas station. Now, how they were able to do that without someone noticing, but you got to watch out for those things. All right, 844-3388. Who else checking in as we head toward the top of the hour news break here, after which we will get back with more of your calls and comments. Wally's on board talking about whiny truckers. Steve, I will remind you, a bitchin' truck driver is a happy trucker. Okay, that's a good thing. Hello, Kentucky Candy said, Big Moose, I love how you're still putting the rubber on the road with your wisdom and knowledge. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, Captain Cliff on board. Let's see. Captain Cliff here, checking in from Romulus, Michigan, is it? And Dusty Chrome's on board. Dusty Chrome also says, say hello from Woodstock, Ontario. Yeah, after all that time, it was good. I didn't have a whole lot of time to chat with him, but it was good to see Dusty Chrome there at the Mid-America Truck Show. I did get to tell him I tuned in to his, I guess, the ribbon-cutting ceremony as he was the Citizen Driver Honoree for 2021, I guess that was, and the grand, the whole having the truck stop named after him. I got to tune into that on Facebook as it was streaming live that day. But again, congratulations to Dusty Chrome. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The shortage of baby formula continues. 40% of the nation's supply is now out of stock, with the number higher in states like Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Dr. Diane Hess spoke to CBS News about what parents can do to feed their babies.
But there are formulas available. So there might not be the brand name. So there might be a shortage of Enfamil and there might be a shortage of Similac, but you can get the store brands, which are excellent. The Target, the Kirkland, the Kroger, the CVS, Walgreens, they all come out of the same factory. They're all FDA approved. They meet the same standards that regular Similac and Enfamil do.
As Americans gear up for summer road trips, the price of gas continues to go up with no end in sight. AAA says drivers are paying an average of $4.37 for a gallon of regular gas. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Conservatives on Twitter are accusing President Joe Biden of gaslighting the American people. Biden's Tuesday speech, which attempted to outline a plan to attack inflation, blamed Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the economic woes facing the U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called out the president.
These Democratic price hikes will likely be American families' new normal at the checkout counter. They took an economy that was ready to soar, turned it around, and drove it into the ground.
Meanwhile, Senator McConnell's colleague, Republican Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, said he'd introduce legislation which strips Disney of its special copyright privileges. The Copyright Clause Restoration Act would limit the length of copyrights Congress gives to corporations to 56 years and would apply retroactively. This comes after a public battle between Disney and Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Former President Donald Trump would be allowed back on Twitter, according to Tesla chief executive Elon Musk. Musk is buying the social media platform and said on Tuesday he would allow the former president to return to the social media site. In addition, Musk said the permanent bans of Twitter accounts should be rare and reserved for accounts that are scams or automated bots. Quarterback Tom Brady has announced he's returning to the Tampa Bay Bucs next season, but he's lining up career options after he retires. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
Tom Brady is already locking in his next plans after he's done playing football. The 7-time Super Bowl champion will be joining Fox Sports as the network's lead analyst. Brady will call Fox's biggest NFL games and serve as an ambassador. CEO Lachlan Murdoch saying they're delighted that Tom has committed to joining the Fox team and wished him luck for his upcoming season. Brady retired earlier this year before deciding to return to the NFL to play another season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrity chef Mario Batali has been cleared of sexual misconduct following a criminal trial in Boston. A Boston municipal court judge found him not guilty on Tuesday after a 2-day trial in which the chef had waived his right to a jury trial. A woman had accused Batali of forcibly kissing and groping her while taking a selfie at a restaurant in 2017. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Back at it here on a Tuesday. Wednesday. Going back in time. Hump Day. We're working our way into the 11th day of May. Good to have you on board. Got an email from the lovely Always Moving, to which she shares a link to a story out of Rhode Island this past day. She says, wow, what in the world? Here's a perfect example of the far left way out of control. I mean, though they're so far left with this particular issue that they've left the building, fallen over the cliff, gone off the deep end, and sunk in the abyss. Sad. They've completely forgotten a basic fact that people, students, are individuals. Isn't that what the letter community keeps saying? The people who want to identify as a letter, LBT, if you know what I mean, whatever, they don't want to conform. I know I'm rambling, but thanks for listening. I've decided you are my therapy session. I can't express myself at work. My critters on the farm don't want to listen, but they don't say much more than feed me. Anyway, Steve Sommers, a.k.a. Your Honor, a.k.a. our nighttime therapist. Have a wonderful day. Now, what she's talking about, and what's your take? Barrington, Rhode Island. Public schools, supposedly among the best in the state. Many parents move to the district and tolerate the higher taxes because of the academic rigor that sets their children up for attending Ivy League schools or receiving academic merit scholarships. However, all of that academic appeal is being chipped away after the district brought in a so-called equity and inclusion agenda. De-leveling or a system of universal learning, first implemented in Barrington on the most vulnerable students, the students with learning disabilities, and individualized education programs. In February of 2020, in the midst of the COVID pandemic, the school removed some conceptual classes. On the whole, parents of children in those classes were reluctant to speak out because they would run the risk of outing their child as having a disability or maybe needing some special accommodation. A mom whose daughter has an IEP and attended the removed conceptual classes said that the de-leveling has caused her daughter's grades to decline. Now, the mom requested anonymity to keep the daughter's identity secret. I don't think I would ever be a fan of de-leveling, but the timing to implement this during the pandemic, that makes it very suspicious to me. So it felt like it was an easy way for them to get their agenda through without any pushback because people were too busy dealing with other stuff. Now, she went on to say, they took away any kind of individuality or personalized education plan for the kids. If you're just going to be some homogenized like education factory where they raise everybody's the same. Rage broke loose among parents of all political stripes after the honors students were targeted. The school announced that the days of honors English and social studies, those are gone. No more honor students. Parents protested, arguing this deprived their children of a competitive edge and, in effect, future opportunities like merit scholarships. During a March 30th meeting, over a dozen parents and students scolding the school board. One mother says, my daughter has lost out on opportunities which could affect merit scholarships for her, which I think this is appalling. You don't really know what you're doing on this, says another. One parent who identified himself as a dentist with immigrant parents from Mexico said, you guys are doing this for someone like me. My parents did not speak English. Yeah, nobody asked me, like I'm the person that you're supposedly trying to help. So you guys have your own idea of what diversity, equity, and inclusion means, and it doesn't take into account an actual person that's been through some of the worst public schools in Chicago, lives in neighborhoods where people are shouting, shooting each other, drug dealers, and gang members. That's where I grew up until I was about 12 years old. So how come nobody's asking me? I have a lot to share. Yeah, the left going off to the left. I guess if you have an honors student, that makes those that don't reach that level or can't get those kind of grades, everybody gets a medal now, right? Everybody has to be treated equally. No more honor students. All right. Thanks for sharing that. Always moving. Always good to hear from you. All right. Back to the calls here. Who we got on the line? Not seeing a name.
This is Ben.
Ben?
Yeah, Ben. I talked to you last week about the speed limiter.
Okay.
Yeah, but I got another, 2 cents, might as well say, to put in there along with, what Moose said about your right leg controlling the, speed.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you do the speed limit, why would they need to, put the speed limit in? Because case in example, trucks that are governed to say 65 mile an hour, I've noticed will speed through towns, work zones, everything, because they got times they got to be somewhere,
Absolutely.
And but they don't think about none of that. Okay, you got a dispatcher dispatching 100 mile an hour with the 100 mile an hour pin, saying, hey, you got to be here at such and such time, but you got a 65 mile an hour truck. What you got to do? Speed through everything, all the work zones and everything, So, that's just basically all I was wanting to say more about that speed limiter. And I do have one disagreement with knuckle dragger.
Knuckle buster?
Knuckle buster, yeah. OOIDA has done a lot for the drivers, and I'm a lifetime member of OOIDA and proud of it. Look at the different speed limit deals they got in different states that had, 10, 15 mile an hour difference in speed. They got them all equaled out. Look at that deal back in several years ago in Minnesota. They was busting drivers for having magazines or TV in their truck saying they're fatigued, and they've done, a lot towards that too,
Yeah.
So they are doing things for, but there's 500,000 members to the OOIDA, or is that right?
Oh, they've been stuck at about 150,000. I mean, when I first came,
150,000.
I'm going back when I came into the biz in 1996, when I came to work with my father, if memory serves, they were, I think, 30, 40,000, 50. I mean, the numbers were growing pretty consistently for a number of years. And I don't know, it seems like it's maybe been 8 or 10 years now that they've just kind of stagnated about 150,000.
Yeah. There's over 3 million truck drivers out here.
Correct.
They want a voice. Join OIDA. They need, they got more power when they go up to the representative with, say, 3 million people versus 150,000 people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, also, I have not received my first-time caller code yet. I don't know if Chris is not back yet or what the deal is.
Let me see, Ben. I'm going to take your number down again just in case, in the event that I neglected to do that the other day.
Okay. But, because I know you said Chris was out of town for a while or something,
Yeah, I have to email Josh your phone number, which I got it down here, so I put that down again. Ben, all right, so I'll resubmit that. Because you should have got it on Friday. Then, typically, I think Chad is the one that's actually sending those out on Fridays.
Oh, Chad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. But anyway, like I say, if everybody would join OOIDA, they would see a lot of change that in the trucking. But
all right.
Like Moose says, you get a handful of truck drivers or hordes and 2 truck drivers, they're going to screw each other. Well, same thing with the cup of coffee. You cannot get 2 drivers to agree on a price of a free cup of coffee.
A free cup of coffee. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ben. All right. After posting that little bitch post this past day, I went on a little bit later to post very simply a question. Here's an odd question. What would make trucking better for you? Let's go. And I'm looking, I've got more than 108 responses to that. Let's go through a couple here. What would make trucking better for you? Troy said, just let us use the 14-hour clock how we want. Dan says, professional drivers in every truck instead of these damn steering wheel holders. And professional drivers in the cars would be nice as well. Okay. Thank you, Dan. Joe said, shippers, receivers, carriers that would actually treat drivers how they want to be treated themselves and pay for all the work we do and all the waiting we do. That's a big one, right? All the wasted time, uncompensated time out there. Terry said, stick to one shift. This driving all night, then taking my break, only to be told after my break that my next load's not going to be ready for another 10 hours. That's a bunch of BS, because how are you supposed to sleep after you just got a night's rest? I get that point. Yeah, once you've slept, you can lay around, you lay there and just let your head churn while you're trying to sleep, but you're not really resting. And 10 hours later, then you're supposed to be hitting the road, and you're tired at that point in time. It's a vicious cycle, right? Let's see. Dave said, being able to teleport myself back 40 plus years to the glory days when truck driving was actually fun. Who else we got here? Let's see. DB says, the government, get their noses out of it. Get rid of all the foreign drivers, okay? Let's see. Eskimo Mom chimed in there. How about paying us for every hour we work, including while we're sitting waiting for loads and fueling, etc., etc. Kind of like they used to under union contract. It's a lot of them say, get the government out, get the government out. Okay. Pappy, you're not a truck driver. Pappy said, female passenger, just saying. Okay, little company in the truck. Let's see, better truck stop restaurants that are actually open. There you go. Kentucky Ken jumped on more areas to get off the road for breaks. Truck stops and rest areas are always full. Every evening, every night, it's a struggle. And how about respect from other drivers for the drivers that are getting products delivered around the country? Richard said, none of this damn DEF BS. The diesel exhaust fluid. Okay. There you go. Dennis says, more parking. Ernie, you're nuts. Ernie said, if they had a better selection of flip-flops at the truck stops, that'd make his truck driving days better, right? Hey, you need better flip-flops. Come on. How about Chihuahua? He jumped on board. Let's see. Reliable shops, both on the road and at the terminal. I'd come back then if I could. That's what ended my last lease the day after I had new steer tires and $4,000 worth of other things done to the truck, including an annual inspection. Kentucky Scales did a level 1 and found 2 of 3 low tires were not fixed, and neither one of my steer brakes were adjusted the way they were working, to where they were working. Only thing they found that was not on my list was one of the tires, and it had a bolt in it, and it was not there very long, but it cost me my lease and 190 CSA points. Plus, it was down as done, in other words, completed on the work order. So essentially, the shop, whatever shop he was in, kind of ran him out of business. Let's see. Stop the background checks on hazmat endorsement, especially for us drivers that have been driving and playing by the rules for so many years. This Department of Homeland Security is a joke. You know, a background check every 5 years. Okay, that's fine. But going and having to be fingerprinted again every 5 years, costing $75 and having to take a day off work to have it done. I mean, come on. My fingerprints haven't changed. Valid point. And lots of other comments, so just a few. Thanks for those respondents, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I was just scrolling through some of the other comments here about what would make truck driving better for you. Dean jumped in with a couple of comments. No emissions crap. I've spent over $50,000 on emissions problems with other trucks, and I've lost tens of thousands of revenue being broke down. All this emissions crap, right? Number 2, more parking. Number 3, being able to stop the clock. And lastly, maybe a 4, 6, or 5 and 5 split sleeper berth provision. Then Shadow Artist. I haven't seen Shadow Artist chiming in on the discussion board as of late, but yeah, good to have you, Gwen, if you're listening in this morning. She had a handful of items on her list. More parking and more independent truck stops with real diners rather than this fast food crap. Banning all speed limiters, requiring trucks to be engineered to drive at the prevailing traffic speed rather than being held 10 miles an hour lower than the prevailing traffic flow speed. Number 3, legally required detention time. Truckers should never be losing income waiting on shippers and receivers to load and unload. Reform, complete reform of the hours of service. Put the power back in the hands of the drivers to drive when they're fresh and rest when they need to. And until the parking deficit is adequately addressed, loosen the regulations in regards to personal conveyance. Brutally enforce the requirement that one speak, read, and write the English language to obtain a CDL and keep it. Yeah, that's an item that's really out of control. Everywhere you turn, drivers out there that cannot speak the English. In other words, no way to communicate with law enforcement or anyone else for that matter. If they're involved in an accident, any hazmat on there? Oh, no speak. What the heck? You don't know what they're hauling, right? All right, establish regulatory requirements, including experience in miles and years to obtain and the ability to serve as an instructor or trainer. What else did she have? Regulations forbidding anyone with less than 1 year solo time on the road or 156,000 miles solo from driving in a team configuration. Codify that no shipper or receiver in interstate commerce may deny a driver who is delivering a load to or from them safe harbor, safe restroom facilities, and access to an interior break area during the loading and unloading operations. All these would do a lot to reduce accidents and ensure a better quality of new truck driver at the end of their initial training and finishing period. It would also reduce at least some of the abuse that drivers are taking at all these shippers and receivers. A lot of ideas there, but okay, so there's plenty of problems, I guess, in the industry, right? Who would have ever known? All right, we'll get back with Cadillac Mac. Got you coming up there, Chevy guys on board. Horse Feathers coming up. NASA held a press conference Monday morning discussing the James Webb Space Telescope, looking at the fact that I guess they've got this finally perfectly aligned. And they also released some of the first images that the Webb's progress, and it's pretty dazzling. The photographs. They had one photograph that was taken from like the Hubble telescope years ago, side by side with, I guess, orientation, the exact same region in the universe being taken with the James Webb. And it's kind of like going from analog to digital. The Hubble was all really unbelievably blurry in comparison to what the James Webb telescope was able to zoom in on. So it's pretty darn impressive. More on that coming up here. Right now, though, we got to get a news break. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A newly signed bill in Florida is highlighting the horrors of communism and drawing attention to those who've died at the hands of such regimes. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill Monday that requires public high schools to observe Victims of Communism Day. DeSantis saying the bill will help make sure young people learn about the evils of communism, the dictators that have led communist regimes, and the hundreds of millions of individuals who suffered and continue to suffer under the weight of this discredited ideology.
Pfizer is growing. The company said on Tuesday it will pay $11.6 billion to buy Biohaven Pharmaceutical Holding Company. Pfizer is rolling the dice on its ability to boost sales of the top-selling pill in a new class of migraine drugs. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back at it here. So NASA said, I am delighted to report that the telescope alignment has been completed with performance even better than anticipated. Michael McElwain, a Webb Observatory scientist at the Goddard Space Flight Center. This is an extraordinary milestone for humanity. So Webb is now setting at an observational point called L2, nearly 1 million miles from the Earth. where it will be looking back in time, further back in time than the Hubble Space Telescope. Hubble will continue to operate alongside Webb once Webb is fully operational. But this is the $10 billion telescope's primary science goals: to study how stars are born, give rise to planetary systems, and investigate the evolution of galaxies, exoplanets, and other objects in our solar system. And maybe looking back at the universe's earliest light in the hopes so we can maybe figure out how the first stars and galaxies actually emerged. It's kind of mind-boggling stuff. Some of the images that they had released, it's nice, simple example of what Webb is going to do in the coming years. All right. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go. Cadillac Mac hanging in there this morning. Hello, Mac.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Happy Hump Day.
Yeah, hey, I just wanted to give you a personal shout-out this morning, and I'm sure a lot of the other listeners are going to agree with me, but I wanted to thank you personally for everything that you do. Your show, absolutely I mean, your voice is spot on, your English, your speech, everything you're doing, Steve, you're doing very well. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
So you want me to break my arm and pat myself on the back? Is that what you're wanting me to do?
Yeah, exactly. You're doing a good job. People don't get to hear that enough, you know, so I just wanted to call and thank you. And then my other shout-out.
Yeah, we make
positive and everything when he calls in, and I love what he always says, you know, at the end. He says, remember, God loves you and I love you. I always like that out of the Rambler.
Shout out to the Rambler. Okay, very good.
Yeah, I hope he calls in soon. And then my other shout out goes to Big Moose. That song the Big Moose did for you guys for the show, boy, that song is just spot on. Well, that's all I got for you tonight, Steve, and you have a fantastic evening.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cadillac Mac on board. And let me share this with you in regards to the reason we're here, Hot Shot Secret. Kyle mentioned this as he was filling in for Chris Gabrelchik last Friday morning. He mentioned the EDT Challenge. We challenge you to use our everyday diesel treatment with a guarantee of increasing your fuel economy. Guarantee a 3% increase in fuel economy, which will more than pay for the product and keep more money in your pocket. And of course, if you're not completely satisfied, we will refund your purchase. No other diesel oil or fuel additive has a better guarantee than Hot Shot Secret products. If our products do not deliver as promised, we'll give your money back. End of story. So what do you got to lose? But what is the Everyday Diesel Treatment Challenge, the EDT Challenge? If you'd like to jump in and participate, your chance to win some great prizes. Here we've got the Bronze Award, a year's supply of our best-selling everyday diesel treatment, a $100 value. For silver, a $100 HotShotSecret.com e-gift card and a year's supply of our best-selling everyday diesel treatment. And the grand prize is going to be a $250 Yeti Roadie cooler, $150 HotShotSecret.com e-gift card, and a year's supply of our best-selling everyday diesel treatment. So go online there, HotShotSecret.com. I've shared the link, but the Everyday Diesel Treatment Challenge. Win some great prizes, all right? Very simple to do. The instructions are there at HotShotSecret.com. Well, good morning, Chevy Guy.
Hey, I just don't know how to start this one. I'm sitting there drinking my coffee this morning, Fox News station, local, Augusta, Georgia, and they were covering the protest outside the Supreme Court Justice's home. And they were notably saying that it's federally, by federal law, it's a felony. These people should be arrested. And not only that Merrick Garland in the White House, and actually Peppermint Patty, the spokesperson, is actually, we support peaceful protests and all this stuff. Well, Merrick Garland used the very law that he should be using right now on mothers and fathers that were standing up to their school board and calling them terrorists. He tried to use that law against the American people. Now, I just want to go back. All right, what does that have to do with trucking? Okay, I'll finish that one out. Let's go back to Attorney General Barr. Barr had the laptop in his hands. He had evidence of criminal activity in his hands. And when Donald Trump, the President of the United States, was telling him this information needs to be out, it's come out that Attorney General Barr yelled at the elected president, voice of the people. He yelled at him. No, all right, he's not going to use. Who is in charge? All right, let's go on back to Obama's Attorney General. All right, Eric Holder. Guns. He runs guns across there, breaking all kinds of federal law. And even a gun store manager called the FBI to find out what was going on. He was told to allow it to happen. And that's under executive privilege, tucked away. These attorney generals aren't supposed to work for the president, they say. But apparently they're definitely, if you're Democrat, they're all working for the Democrat Party. And so what does it have to do with trucking? Guess what? We're out here without anything backing us up. We don't, it just, when you can't trust the justice, terrible, the Justice Department. Hey, how can you disrespect our government right now, the Justice Department? How can you disrespect the FBI that openly lied? They knowed about the laptop, openly lied, and in the Hillary case, the Hillary laptop, openly lied. You had and the President of the United States absolutely lying, and the generals, all our institutions. Over the Afghanistan thing. He was on there telling the Afghanistan president, "Yeah, you say that your government's ready to go," even if that meant that Biden knew that they weren't ready to go. And they lied. And then the generals, instead of accepting, hey, Biden told us this, we didn't know it. It was a bunch, nobody's taking responsibility. But this thing with Merrick Garland, hey, at least under Obama, they were still trying to keep it quiet. But Donald J. Trump drained the swamp so much that the corrupt politicians on both sides, I'm talking about Democrat and Republican, freaked them out so much that they are out in the open with their corruption right now. And I tell you what, we need, I'm sorry about Lindsey Graham. You know what? He finally come out and saying he wanted to go to war. Somebody hand that boy a Kevlar helmet, a vest, and give him the gun and tell him to go on. Go help, go do the Ukraine thing, because, hey, at least he's fighting for them, because he ain't fighting for us. So that's my rant. And what's that all got to do with trucking? Like I said, that's our government, and if they can't get basic justice in this country, they're not going to care about us. You already seen what they did in Canada. They overrode people's rights. You can see what they did here in America. They shut down the streets to truckers. They blocked American citizens from aggressing their capital. So we're here. We're here. This election, and but I tell you what, this election, if we come out ahead, and that turtlehead from Kentucky gets up there and said, "All right, guys, Mitch McConnell here. We got this. Everything's good. I've got control." If that's all we got when we get to there, then I'll just say we're getting ready. We're getting ready for the flush. Okay, I'll own up to some of that, but we ain't there yet. And as long as you've got people like Jordan from Ohio, you've got Marjorie Taylor Greene. That woman is absolutely amazing. That's the reason. I mean, she's got Democrats and Republicans going after her, and I love what she said. I expected Democrats, but she says, I get darn near threats daily from Republicans. And one of the things that she got the worst of is when she was requiring everybody, not saying yay and nay, she wanted registered votes. She wanted the votes to be registered in the name of who said it, and that they would have to back it up. That way they had it on record how they voted. I just love that little lady, that's for sure. She's from Georgia, I'm from South Carolina, but wow, we don't have nothing like that. Other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show. How about it?
Thank you very much, Chevy Guy. Over and out. There you go. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Room for you here on a Wednesday. Hump Day coming on. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, caught in the news break there, bottom of the hour, of course, Elon Musk saying when the deal is done, when he gets control of Twitter, former President Trump will be reinstated. And you would never expect to hear from the likes of the ACLU supporting anything in regard to Donald Trump, but upon hearing Musk say that he would reinstate Trump's Twitter account when the purchase is successful, the ACLU released a statement, believe it or not, applauding the decision. In a statement attributed to the executive director, Anthony Romero, the ACLU said, "You'd be hard-pressed to find a more steadfast opponent of Trump and his policies than the ACLU. But Elon Musk's decision to re-platform President Trump is the correct call, the right call. When a handful of individuals possess so much power over the most important forums of political speech, they should exercise that power with restraint." Now, if Trump violates the platform rules again, Twitter should first employ lesser penalties, like removing the offending post, rather than becoming a political figure. Like it or not, President Trump is one of the most important political figures in this country. And the public has a strong interest in hearing his speech. Indeed, some of Trump's most offensive tweets ended up being critical evidence in lawsuits filed against him or the administration. And we should know because we filed over 400 legal actions against him. Wow. The ACLU, 400 legal actions. In remarks at the Financial Times' Future of the Car event, Musk said Twitter's ban of Trump was a morally bad decision, to be clear, and foolish in the extreme. I guess the answer is I would reverse the permaban. But of course, Trump has already said he has no plans to return to Twitter. Last month, he said, "I'm going to stay with the Truth Social." But he went on to say, "I hope Elon buys Twitter because he will make improvements to it. He's a good man, but I'm going to stay with Truth, the Truth social media." We'll see if that changes in time. But all right, it's 844-844-3388. Lines available. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, I guess we should start out with, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Here we are. Hump Day. There you go. Already. Do you believe that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I know. It got here quick for me because I was in rest and recovery mode there Mondays, so we kind of missed out on the Monday show.
After you had a whole week off, so how's it feel to be back in the saddle again? Everything back to status quo?
Yeah, nothing ever changes, so it's the same old thing, day in, day out. Just go load the gas, go unload the gas, go home and get a little bit of a break and go out and do it all over again there. So not much ever changes in that scope of things. Just the scenery of the traffic, depending on who's doing what in front of you on the highway. So, anyways, I guess I got a lot of things that I'm the same as what you were reading your comments there about, especially the background check. I mean, I got a background check for the hazmat, with the fingerprints and all that. And then, of course, I got a TWIC, so I got the same exact background check for that. I got to pay for. I got a passport, Your Honor. Got a passport in case I want to go on a cruise at some point. Well, guess what? Well, there's another background check. I got to do another background check for the passport. So, how many times do I have to pay for the same background check, And as the other caller said, fingerprints, they don't change from year to year to year. Every 5 years you go to do the hazmat deal. These random drug tests. I told you back 2 years ago I got selected for a random drug test. Here I'm the hero out on the highway. Been out here for over 30 years doing this. Never. Well, here let's start it this way. I've never partaken in anything more than, as ramblers say, the devil's lettuce, and that was a couple times in high school. I can absolutely say I've never purchased the devil's lettuce. And to tell you the truth, I've never purchased a pack of your cancer sticks there either. So not that I haven't partaken in some. Now don't get me wrong. There's been plenty of times when I've been at them establishments where they have the devil's mouthwash at there that, I've had my fair share of skull busters, and I've ended up with one of them cancer sticks in my hands doing that. But I can tell you I've never purchased a pack of them. And in the time of COVID, right in the middle of the heaviest time of COVID, I get selected for a random drug test. Now, DOT physicals are suspended, so you don't go to the doctor's office and places like that to where you're going to be exposed to the COVID. But for me, for 30 years out here, never having a positive drug test, I get selected for a random drug test, and they want me to go to one of these medical facilities to get a random drug test where, the COVID is rampant,
Mm-hmm.
But we're supposed to be the hero, So are we, or are we just out here somebody's pawn in whatever game they're playing? Because at this point, our government and what we're being done, we're just pawns in some people's just big game that they're playing, whatever the agenda that some higher up force has that they think is the best for the world to make them king for a day or whatever.
Right.
We're just their little pawns. We're not. So I don't know if we can change anything or not, but to try to have an organization to try to do it. I mean, we don't need all 3 million drivers or 3.5 or 4 million CDL holders that are out here. You just need 1 million. I mean, if you could get 1 million of us together, what was it they had there that while back there? They had that deal going to Washington, that 1 million man march. Now that made a little bit of an influence at the time they did that, but you gotta have those kind of numbers to stick together. So anyways, I don't know. We're right here at the top of the hour. You want me to keep rambling on, or do you want to do your 844-844-3388 and tell everybody we're going to news and coming back?
We'll come back right after this on a Wednesday.
USA Radio News.
The shortage of baby formula continues. 40% of the nation's supply is now out of stock, with the number higher in states like Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Dr. Diane Hess spoke to CBS News about what parents can do to feed their babies.
But there are formulas available. So there might not be the brand name. So there might be a shortage of Enfamil, and there might be a shortage of Similac, but you can get the store brands, which are excellent. The Target, the Kirkland, the Kroger, the CVS, Walgreens, they all come out of the same factory. They're all FDA approved. They meet the same standards that regular Similac and Enfamil do.
As Americans gear up for summer road trips, the price of gas continues to go up with no end in sight. AAA says drivers are paying an average of $4.37 for a gallon of regular gas. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Conservatives on Twitter are accusing President Joe Biden of gaslighting the American people. Biden's Tuesday speech, which attempted to outline a plan to attack inflation, blamed Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the economic woes facing the U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called out the president.
These Democratic price hikes will likely be American families' new normal at the checkout counter. They took an economy that was ready to soar, turned it around, and drove it into the ground.
Meanwhile, Senator McConnell's colleague, Republican Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, said he'd introduce legislation which strips Disney of its special copyright privileges. The Copyright Clause Restoration Act would limit the length of copyrights Congress gives to corporations to 56 years and would apply retroactively. This comes after a public battle between Disney and Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The MyPillow.com clearance continues. Roll and go anywhere. MyPillow's $9.99. The Body Pillow $39.99. And MyPillow bath sheets on sale 50% off. Use my promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com/radio specials. You'll also get a free copy of Mike Lindell's book. MyPillow.com/radio specials. Use promo code USA or 1-800-951-8175.
Former President Donald Trump would be allowed back on Twitter, according to Tesla chief executive Elon Musk. Musk is buying the social media platform and said on Tuesday he would allow the former president to return to the social media site. In addition, Musk said the permanent bans of Twitter accounts should be rare and reserved for accounts that are scams or automated bots. Quarterback Tom Brady has announced he's returning to the Tampa Bay Bucs next season, but he's lining up career options after he retires. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
Tom Brady is already locking in his next plans after he's done playing football. The 7-time Super Bowl champion will be joining Fox Sports as the network's lead analyst. Brady will call Fox's biggest NFL games and serve as an ambassador. CEO Lachlan Murdoch saying they're delighted that Tom has committed to joining the Fox team and wished him luck for his upcoming season. Brady retired earlier this year before deciding to return to the NFL to play another season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrity chef Mario Batali has been cleared of sexual misconduct following a criminal trial in Boston. A Boston municipal court judge found him not guilty on Tuesday after a 2-day trial in which the chef had waived his right to a jury trial. A woman had accused Batali of forcibly kissing and groping her while taking a selfie at a restaurant in 2017. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome in. Another time zone rolls into a Wednesday. There you go. We call it Hump Day. This T-Trucker this past day shared a link to the question about why are diesel prices so much higher than regular old gasoline. You know, historically, I think for many, many years, we all recall diesel would typically run $1 per gallon less than gasoline prices. Remember the days when so many people were going out to buy the diesel automobiles, saving money at the pump. Those days are long gone. Now, this MSN report, fuel prices have reached record highs, as we know. According to the latest figures from AAA, the average price for a gallon of gas is now at $4.37. A gallon of diesel, of course, was updated Monday from the Energy Information Administration at $5.62 per gallon. Average price in the country. Diesel prices have undergone an astonishing increase in just the past 12 months. I mean, it was $3.11 at this time last year, and this equates to a year-on-year increase of 80%. Now, why does diesel cost more than gas? As both fuels are made from crude. Some may expect the price of diesel and gas to be fairly closely linked. There are a number of factors, from taxation to manufacturing cost, that would make diesel more expensive to buy. The major reason for the cost disparity is the high federal and state taxes levied on diesel, largely due to the carbon emissions produced. Now, it's 24.4 cents for diesel, federal tax, 18.4 for gas. But when it comes to state levels, the rate of tax levied by states varies massively, but some states add as much as 74 cents per gallon to diesel. Then you have to remember the demand for diesel is often very different to that of gasoline, meaning that they're affected by different factors. Diesel is typically used in industrial processes, machinery, generators, large delivery trucks, right? Therefore, when the economy is growing, demand for diesel, therefore the cost increases. Gas is not subject to these pressures in the same way. Now, why? I don't know. They don't explain. Has diesel always been more expensive than gasoline? Well, we know the answer to that is absolutely no. Initially thought of as a more economical alternative because of the better miles per gallon it produces, diesel was favored by motorists looking to save money. And the price of a gallon of diesel was cheaper than gas as late as 2004. That's the last time diesel was any cheaper than gasoline. From that point forward, 2004, gas has consistently been cheaper than diesel. Now, the tax increases have come from states because the federal government has not adjusted the rate of federal tax on either gas or diesel since 1993. But I think we saw the big transition when the switch to the ultra-low sulfur diesel was mandated. That's when we saw the big change. Because diesel was always considered, what most said, hey, it's like the bottom of the barrel. It's the residual, right? Undoubtedly, it should be cheaper. But then the refining process, removing the sulfur, that made it obviously much more expensive to produce the ultra-low sulfur diesel. And with that, let's get back to, Horse Feathers. Yeah, welcome back. Thanks for hanging in there, Mike.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Yeah, so yeah, don't forget the other demands that are on this now. Out of all our national media that we have, news, the three big ones, the ABC, CBS, ABC, and all that. Mm-hmm. The only time I've heard anybody mention diesel was Monday morning. Al Roker actually asked a question. They were talking about gas prices, and Al Roker actually asked a question about diesel and did mention the trucking industry. But it stopped there. And the thing is that it's not just the trucking industry that's using the diesel either. You gotta remember it's the farming industry. It's your construction industry, your housing industry, your building industry, all of that. As you just said, the other industry that uses diesel for, power generation of some sort, your manufacturing, all your shipping. Now, remember, ships used to run on what they call bunker fuel, correct?
Yep, the crap.
Now now they've all been converted over. They all have to have ultra low sulfur diesel. They can't run on the bunker fuel anymore. So your jet fuel, I mean, everything. This world runs on diesel, whether anybody likes it or not. And anything that you do or touch or buy or anything is one way or another affected by diesel, and pretty much everything somehow or another is made out of, produced by, or manufactured by oil. So it's you got to drill, you got to get oil, you got to not have the mandates on the drilling, and be able, and the refining, and actually be able to produce it at an efficient cost to be able to sell to the consumers, to actually be able to have low inflation, Your Honor. Yeah, imagine that. So anyways, I guess for Wally here, we should kick over here for a couple minutes for Wally, and then I'll get off instead of doing this half-hour thing like I did last night for you. So the Make-A-Wish Convoy was great as always. It's the first full year of the Back to the Carnival and the whole kit and caboodle, and the whole 9-yard thing. So in the new venue at the Mannheim Auto Auction, which is a spectacular place, we're able to have everything undercover, indoors, undercover, not affected by the weather whatsoever, and that's going to be great from here on out in the future. But going to have just a little bit of growing pains. Everybody's got to get used to going to a new location, and with a new location, the convoy travels on a new route. So everybody's got to find a new spot to sit, because for the last 30 years, people have pretty much had their little seat area designated out where they were going to sit and watch the convoy go by. And I think people have to figure out the new route and figure out where they want to go sit at and of course, with not being really on the road doing a whole lot the last couple of years because of COVID, I think people kind of forgot when Mother's Day was. It doesn't take much to get off your schedule and realize that, the day after Mother's Day, it's like, dang, we should have been out there yesterday. So I think some people have to do that. So there's a little bit of growing pains to go through, but it'll be back. It'll be back as big as it was, and as they say, it's going to be bigger and better than it ever was. So we're very seriously looking forward to that. I do want to thank everybody for everything they did, all the way from sponsors like Hot Shot Secret and you who promoted, and TNCRadio.live for their promotions and their donations that they got. If you go to the wishconvoy.org site, and you look on the main page there, you have the drivers on there, and I'm pushing for the top 5, Your Honor. Donations are still being collected for this donation period up until Father's Day. So anything collected up until Father's Day goes to this year's donations, which gives me my starting position for next year. At this point in the count, I'm sitting at number 6 for next year, Your Honor. I'll be number 6 truck going out.
Okay.
So we're within $1,000 of number 5. So if we can get another $1,000 by Father's Day, we'll be in the top 5, which would be a drastic move to go from 21 to the top 5. So we're looking forward to that. But the Hot Shot Secret team, which was the first year for the Hot Shot Secret team, with Chris's $5,000 match, the team is well over 100% of its goals of $10,000, and we're up. The team's up somewhere over 12, I believe, over $12,000. So it's been a good year. It's been a good year, and we're really looking forward to trying to get a little bit more in this year. We're still ringing phones and knocking on some doors, and I don't know, probably getting call blocked trying to ring too many phones.
begging, right? Begging.
Yeah, well,
never stop begging.
That's it. That's it. Begging strips, right? Begging. Yeah.
And I think
anyway,
like you mentioned last evening, I think overall maybe the number of trucks that participated, I haven't seen official numbers. He said somewhere about 300 maybe. I do honestly believe that the price of diesel may have definitely hindered a number of truck drivers. I mean, especially if you say you're 200 miles away, you wanted to participate, but the amount of fuel you would have consumed to drive that 200 miles to be there and then return to the home 20, that's a lot of expense. And then, of course, you're supposed to contribute to actually enter your truck. What was it, $75 or $100 or something to actually enter the convoy? Numbers all add up, and at $6.50 a gallon, some of the prices you're paying there in the Northeast, that's insanity. But all right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. I'm going to ask for your assistance. Another question that came up this past day, and I may be way off base. Yeah, I consider myself an individual that knows a little bit about a lot of things, but knows a whole lot about not many things. But I try to use logic, and I'll explain coming up right after a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, how do I break this down? And maybe, again, I may be way off base because I'm trying to use common logic, I guess you'd call it. I had shared the video from OOIDA that was produced, I think, back in 2017 when they were talking about, again, at that point in time, mandating the speed limiters on trucks. The video entitled Driving Too Fast for the Conditions. Speed limiters on large trucks makes roads dangerous for all highway users. That's the video. It's about a 5-minute video produced, obviously professionally produced by some agency, but apparently, and I'd have to go back and listen to the audio again, but somewhere in the video, it kind of alluded to, let's see, I'm going to table scraps and ask the questions. And my only question is, how does MPGs decrease by slowing down? That part makes no sense to me. I'm not turning my truck down anyway, even if my ECM says it's It's been, if anyone plugs their laptop to check, but it is. It's not, I guess it's not going to be MPGs, but here in my thinking, if you reduce your truck speed to 65 miles per hour, and say you're in a state where the speed limit's 75 miles per hour, and just trying to do simple math, over a 5-hour period, losing 10 miles each of those hours, you're now at the end of that 5 hours. If you were doing 75 miles per hour, you'd be at your destination, but you're now still 50 miles away because you've been doing 65 miles per hour. Am I off in my thinking? That truck's been running at highway speed for 5 hours, 65 miles per hour. Now, again, I understand, had you been doing 75 miles per hour, yeah, you lose, is it a tenth of a mile per gallon? Supposedly. And that's all going to depend on how your truck is actually spec'd. But if you're doing 75, you'd be there. Now you've got another 50 minutes, nearly an hour that truck's still going to be running at highway speed at 65 miles per hour to reach the exact same destination. Am I way off in my thinking that even at 75 miles per hour with a little bit of reduced MPGs, that truck running for nearly another full hour at highway speed doing 65 is ultimately going to consume a lot more fuel than you otherwise would have? So that's my question, because that's the way I tried to explain it to him. I said, keeping it simple, had you been doing 75 miles per hour, you would have been at your destination damn near an hour earlier. And then I mentioned, I recall distinctly, and some of you maybe if you've been listening for a number of years, Doc Holliday, when this whole discussion about fuel economy and reducing your speed to save on your fuel and whatnot. If memory serves, Doc had called and he was explaining his truck was spec'd where he got his best fuel economy. I'm pretty sure it was 75 miles per hour. It may have been 70. It was 70 or 75. And he broke that all down. Again, it was the way the truck was spec'd and whatnot. So if a truck is getting its best economy at 75 and you reduce the speed, he was losing out. Now, I'm going to scroll down and share because there was another gentleman that had posted. His company said, let's see, the company I work for turned their trucks down to 65 over 2 years ago. They dropped 1.5 miles per gallon and added 15 minutes to one run, 25 minutes to our other run. We haul sand and rock to our concrete plant. They told me the insurance company was giving them a big discount for slowing down their trucks. Well, I computed the math and presented it to them. And they said, well, it's a loss they needed to take in order to save money. So I let it go. I let it rest for a few weeks. And then I caught the head honcho in the office one morning. I brought up the conversation about the truck being turned down. He quickly jumped on that same bandwagon again. I let him run his course so everybody could hear what he had to say. Once his rambling was over, he said, I don't want to hear anything more about it. To which I replied, okay, but you've got 8 dump trucks hauling rock and sand to your plants, and I'm tired of hearing how much money you're losing. So we'll just leave the conversation alone. Well, the trucks are now up and running as they should be. So with that, I'm thinking my logic is maybe I'm off, but it's 844-844-3388. And the big question I had, though, is, again, if you're doing 65 and you've got to get in from point A to point B, and you're going to have that truck running for another 50 minutes or close to an hour at highway speed, logic tells me you're going to use a lot more fuel than you otherwise would have. So, hey, meanwhile, a busy portion of I-70 will soon be expanded as part of the construction project aimed at reducing accidents and congestion in the state of Indiana. Crews begin the first year of construction on I-70 between County Road 700 to State Road 9. The second year of construction will be completed on 70 between County Road 700 and Sugar Creek. This portion of the project will add an additional lane to the highway. It's expected to be completed in a year's time. But the DOT says the lane will give space to get people to move, to get around people, and help our first responders. If there's an accident in that region, as many people know, there's a lot of congestion issues on I-70 and a lot of semi-traffic. Because of all the traffic and because all the semi-traffic, obviously, we've had numerous crashes out here. Expanding warehouse operations on the west side of Hancock County, all contributing to the increase in the truck traffic there. Now, the highway is going to remain open throughout the construction to help keep traffic flowing, but it will pose a risk for traffic crews and distracted motorists there. We will maintain 2 lanes in both directions in a crossover pattern. All traffic will go to one side of the interstate while the work's on the other side. But biggest thing we're looking at here is people not paying attention when there would be vehicles slowing down in front of them, which happens all too often in the construction zones. So anyway, that construction project, I guess, about to get underway. Our number, 844-844-3388 on a Wednesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
A newly signed bill in Florida is highlighting the horrors of communism and drawing attention to those who've died at the hands of such regimes. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill Monday that requires public high schools to observe Victims of Communism Day. DeSantis saying the bill will help make sure young people learn about the evils of communism, the dictators that have led communist regimes, and the hundreds of millions of individuals who suffered and continue to suffer under the weight of this discredited ideology.
Pfizer is growing. The company said on Tuesday it will pay $11.6 billion to buy Biohaven Pharmaceutical Holding Company. Pfizer is rolling the dice on its ability to boost sales of the top-selling pill in a new class of migraine drugs. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Pure Flow Air Dog. your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdock.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, where we leave off there? It's 844-844-3388. Santa Claus responding to some of the drivers, I guess, that got caught without their chains. I've been running Donner Summit for the past 40 years. Truck drivers really should keep their chains on their truck year-round. Believe it or not, about 10 years ago, I chained up on Donner on the 4th of July. Looking over my shoulder, and I watched fireworks in Truckee from the Donner Lake interchains. Keeping that set of chains is always cheap insurance. Santa Claus. By the way, Pucker Brush, Nevada is about 140 miles east of Reno on I-80. Okay, because I said I have no idea where that was. All right, what else we got here? Craig checking in. Back to the moaning and complaining. Steve, you just don't get it. When you learn this, you'll be happier. Divided we stand, united we fall. Repeat that over and over to yourself, then you'll understand. Divided we stand, united we fall. It took me a while. Now I'm much better. Okay. Hello from Dan. Let me see here. Fuel mileage is all about which way the wind's blowing. It's either with you or against you or no wind at all. I run anywhere from 6 to 8.5 miles per gallon on my loads. I run on the flat Midwest highways out of the mountains. I'm out of the mountains. So if the wind's blowing against me, you'll see me rolling at 55 to 60. And if I've got the wind with me, I'll be running 70 plus. Not bad for an 07 C15 Cat engine. I also drive like there's an egg under my pedal when I'm city driving. I get guys flying around me with the bird gesture towards me when the light turns green because I'm saving that fuel to get up to speed. All right, thanks for chiming in. Dan, good to have you with us. Hey, we'll get back to the calls here. Philip's on board. Morning, Philip.
Hey, did you see my name today?
I don't think so. No, what I miss?
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure you said that yesterday. You said that my name never came up when I looked at the calls. You said that identification.
Oh, yeah, all right. Now, okay, yeah, Philip from Florida. Yeah, Philip from Florida. Can you see this? Let me know, Steve. Yeah.
All right. I just want to let you know, see if you did it. Yeah, I saw your post on Facebook, but I think you know what you need to go into, Steve? You need to go into bartending. You know, it's kind of like bartending out here, right? Being a radio host and the truck drivers.
Yeah.
What do you think? The same thing.
You get to be a counselor on the side, right?
Absolutely. You can go into counseling, you know, bartending. You can become a platform guy at Walt Disney World. So, you know, you can do all that kind of stuff. But anyway, one thing about fuel mileage that I try to, like you said earlier, somebody watches their foot like they've got an egg underneath it. That's pretty much it with fuel mileage. If you want to get down to the end of the deal, you just got to watch how you drive. You can't speed. And back in the old days, you got to watch how you shift and all that. So, but did you see, Steve, that out in Texas, they're pressure testing and one of the boosters that they thought they weren't going to use, they were going to throw away. They might actually use it for the orbital launch. Did you see that?
I did not, no.
Well, they've already up to Starship number 24 as far as what they've built. They're building, and they've got numbers past that one too, but they're thinking that Starship 24 is going to be the one that they use for the orbital test. And they're going to possibly use this, it's called Booster 7. And they're going to, they're pressure testing it right now and cryo testing it. And if it checks out, that's probably going to be the combination they're going to use to launch. And they're coming along with this Starship program over here at Cape Canaveral. They're building the same facility they have in Texas. They're building it over here in Florida, and they're coming along with it really well. They've already started stacking some of the launch tower stuff, getting things ready for the launch tower that's going to be just like the one in Texas. So it's coming along, and never know. They might take one off of Texas and fly it over here to Florida and land it in Florida. You never know with Elon. So, but it was interesting yesterday to hear from the one caller about the Dogecoin. Which guy is the guy that calls in about the Bitcoin and Dogecoin?
Inbred redneck.
Yeah. Well, I got news for him. I don't think that stuff's going to double by the time he's wanting it to double. I mean, that's a pretty far-fetched prediction there. I don't know if it's going to be that popular or not, but I know there's a lot of guys that are invested in that right now, in Shiba and that.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that gets off the ground. And Steve, what do you think about them finding that guy from Alabama with the lady who got him out of jail in Evansville? Did you hear about that one?
Yeah, I touched on that last evening. I don't know what their ultimate destination was, but I don't think it was going to end well for her regardless. I mean, the fact that I guess she knew she was in a lot of trouble, so she took her own life, but I think he would have taken her life when he was done with her anyway. He was just waiting for the right time.
Yeah, I think so too. And they said, I guess they found $29,000 on it, which was, she had supposedly cashed out her retirement,
Yeah.
had like 70 grand.
Yep.
When they went on the run. So, you know, all that time she worked for, and that's what she ended up with. That's crazy. I tell you, I don't know about people, but that's pretty much all I got today, Steve. And I appreciate you taking me. And don't worry, don't let them truck drivers get you down. You know how it is. So we'll catch you later.
All right, Philip. Thanks for checking in. It's about 18 before the hour. Yeah, I guess. I think the story's about the long-departed Vegas organized crime figures kind of coming back into the limelight after the second set of unidentified human remains were revealed in Lake Mead as the water levels continue to drop. Of course, the reservoir on the Colorado, it's about a 30-minute drive from the mob found in Las Vegas Strip. The former Las Vegas mayor said earlier this week that there's no telling what we'll find in Lake Mead. It's not a bad place to dump a body. Now, he was a defense attorney who actually represented mafia figures, including the ill-fated Anthony Tony the Ant, before serving 3 terms as a martini-toting mayor who made public appearances with a showgirl on each arm. This is going back in the day, right? He declined to speculate about who might turn up in that reservoir formed by the Hoover Dam between Nevada and Arizona. I'm relatively sure it will not be Jimmy Hoffa. Someone actually suggested that the other day. Think they'll find Jimmy Hoffa down there in the... Yeah, of course. But he did add that there's a lot of his former clients that are interested in climate control. Yeah, mob speak for keeping the lake level up and the bodies down in their watery graves. Instead, the world now has climate change. Lake Mead has dropped more than 170 feet since 1983. That is really hard to fathom. Yeah, the lake that's slacks the thirst of 40 million people. Cities, farms, tribes across the southwestern states is down to about 30% of its capacity. If the lake goes down much further, it's very possible we're going to have some very interesting things surface. I'd bet the mortgage that we're going to solve who killed Bugsy Siegel. The infamous gangster who opened the Flamingo Casino in 1946 on what actually became the Strip. He was shot dead in 1947, Beverly Hills, California. His assassin was never identified. But I'd be willing to bet there's going to be a few more bodies discovered down there. So they found 2 in just the past 2 weeks. I don't know. Will they any way of identifying who those might have been? 844-3388 here on a Wednesday morning. What do you say, Scarecrow? How's things going out there?
Well, things have calmed down a little bit now, Bud. I kind of originally thought they might have to request that you hold your hand over that panic button, but calmer attitudes have settled in here. So I guess first of all, let's see, horse feathers, he touched on it. One of the comments at the beginning of the show over, suggestions on improving the industry, they touched on, the whole fingerprinting, for the hazmat business and all.
Mm-hmm.
That was the very reason that I gave up my hazmat endorsement, the last time around. When she brought that to my attention, I said, no, I'm done contributing to that fingerprinting scam. My fingerprints, the way I'm told, they have not changed over the years, and I didn't see myself using the hazmat endorsement any longer, at least with this company, would take me through retirement. Although recently I've kind of had second thoughts on that approach too. But so yeah, I haven't. If I stumble a little bit here, we've got all kinds of pretty red and blue lights, arrows and such. But either way, no, I came into work tonight thinking maybe I shouldn't be driving at all, given that I had such an attitude. I spent a half hour at home having a conversation with our Nest thermostat. That conversation would have had Grump sounding like a choir boy, let me tell you. We've got this $10,000 heating and air conditioning system now that is totally useless. It was, when I left the house, it was 81 degrees in the house. I think 75 degrees outside. That was 81 humid degrees. And I couldn't get that thing to do nothing. I guess that comes down to you got to be smarter than the thermostat to get that system to go. So either way, my thoughts are, come winter way, that thing may find its way onto a ice rink, and some kids can whack that around with some hockey sticks. So I got my old programmable thermostat sitting on a shelf. That may come back out tomorrow there. My bride there, she's not too pleased. This was 11:30 p.m. Her alarm goes off at 3:30, and she had not been to sleep yet. And trying to
kind of difficult to sleep in a hot house, right?
Oh, let me tell you. I mean, she to say she's hot-blooded is putting it mildly. She's got, at the height of summer, she's got 3 different fans running in that bedroom to keep her down to moderate body temperature there or whatnot. But so anyway, yeah, I come to work, and then we're all week long here. We've been dealing with this Freightliner, smarter than the driver windshield wiper system. That has not worked proper since day one. My cruise control wouldn't engage tonight. So yeah, here we are. Now on to, I guess, a serious note here, business-wise. Both a comment and a question when it comes to the speed limiters and the collision avoidance systems here. Now, this rig, in addition to my previous rig, our company, being Ryder, they are set up. If we, when we're approaching a vehicle, overtaking them, when the collision avoidance starts slowing us down, we can step it down and override that with the pedal. If we want, we can run right up on the bumper of the rig in front of us. I have rigs routinely, if they're running 65 and a half, 66, they're pulling out into that hammer lane, 500-600 feet behind me. They're taking, a couple, 3-4 miles to catch up before they can, even start to overtake me. Now I know somebody's going to say, well, just back it down a couple clicks. Well, that's beside the point. If I'm wondering if some of these trucks, if the drivers do or do not know that they can step them down, it's probably a perimeter that their shop or whatever can set. But it's an option out there that I guess we just learned on our own. That nobody ever pointed it out. But my driving partner, day guy, he got reprimanded a couple of times for following too close. Well, the dash cam tripped a couple of times. They showed him coming up on the tail of another truck. Well, he said, if you want us out in that left lane and we're choked off at 65 and we're gonna take 5 minutes just to catch up to this truck, much less complete the pass, that's where's the safety factor involved in that? So that's a question I have, for question/comment for the other drivers out there tonight. This happens to be a Freightliner with a Detroit. My last Freightliner that had a Cummins, but it set up the same thing, same way. So,
Mm-hmm.
so you other guys out there with the collision avoidance, take and give it a shot once and see if once your rig starts slowing down on its own, if you can step that pedal down and keep gaining on that rig in front of you for a bit before you have to swing it out in the left lane to keep your speed up. And then, Steve, I touched on it. The crossing line of profits versus price gouging. Now I'm talking, fuel pricing now. We've talked in the past about the reasons, so to speak, that the industry was not pursuing, additional drilling and whatnot at the moment. Steve, they have absolutely no reason or desire to do any more drilling. A search shows they have record profits going on. That's profits. That's after expenses and such. Regardless of where the crude price is, if crude were $200 a barrel, it still probably wouldn't equate to what is being charged at the pump, these days. Somewhere in the middle there's a huge chunk that's being
I mean, that's
tacked.
I heard them saying they're talking about the windfall profits tax again. When was it Shell or Exxon? One of the two that, like sometime last week, they announced their first quarter profits or whatever, and it was like the best first quarter ever.
Yeah, I see that windfall, profits come up in conversation there too. Well, and that being the case, they'd probably accept that. Their gross profits in the end are going to far overtake, any potential tax.
Mm-hmm.
Temporary tax is what it would end up being. But given that this country's lifeblood is oil, and the government has threatened actions in the past, when we've been during the hurricanes and other major catastrophes, where there's been the privateers and whatnot, run the prices up on in different items and whatnot. But I guess my thoughts are, big oil, they are all but untouchable, by even the government, just like the insurance industry and big pharma and such way. If given the profits where they're at, man, how do you spell gouging?
It was, I mean, it's all supposed to be based on supply and demand, though, Scarecrow, right? And right now, the supply, especially for the diesel in the Northeast, supply is down. But we'll take it at that. I got a quick chime out here and plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. About 5 before the hour, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
They got that big storm kind of parked off the eastern seaboard, and they've been telling us, strong winds along the coastal areas, big-time surf, beach erosion taking place this week. Yeah, boy. Well, the Atlantic Ocean claims 2 more beachfront homes along North Carolina's famous Outer Banks this past day. Video released by the Hatteras National Seashore shows the waves crashing onto the crumbled homes on Hatteras Island in Rodanthe, North Carolina. One video actually captured the moment a house fell into the ocean as the high tide was creeping in this past afternoon. The homes that fell into the ocean Tuesday are not the first to collapse into the ocean. They will not be the last. The Hatteras National Seashore confirmed the first house on Ocean Drive was unoccupied when it collapsed Tuesday morning before the sun came up. The second house adjacent to the first house on Ocean Drive was also unoccupied when it fell into the ocean. Beaches along the Ocean Drive have been closed to protect the public from the hazards associated with the collapsed homes and the dangers of additional homes possibly also collapsing in. Now, it was just a couple of months ago, another home collapsed into the ocean and left a 15-mile-long trail of debris in the water. And that's the price you pay when you're going to build a home on stilts right there where the waves come crashing ashore. You get tropical systems. I think it was a few months ago they had that nor'easter, bringing the beach erosion, high surf, and whatnot. Hey, we're up to the top of the hour, midnight hour, as a matter of fact, on the West Coast, and our number's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The shortage of baby formula continues. 40% of the nation's supply is now out of stock, with the number higher in states like Texas, Tennessee, Missouri, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota. Dr. Diane Hess spoke to CBS News about what parents can do to feed their babies.
But there are formulas available. So there might not be the brand name. So there might be a shortage of Enfamil, and there might be a shortage of Similac, but you can get the store brands, which are excellent. The Target, the Kirkland, the Kroger, the CVS, Walgreens, they all come out of the same factory. They're all FDA approved. They meet the same standards that regular Similac and Enfamil do.
As Americans gear up for summer road trips, the price of gas continues to go up with no end in sight. AAA says drivers are paying an average of $4.37 for a gallon of regular gas. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1
1-800-888-7630 and you are guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan silver dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Conservatives on Twitter are accusing President Joe Biden of gaslighting the American people. Biden's Tuesday speech, which attempted to outline a plan to attack inflation, blamed Russia's invasion of Ukraine for the economic woes facing the U.S. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell called out the president.
These Democratic price hikes will likely be American families' new normal at the checkout counter. They took an economy that was ready to soar, turned it around, and drove it into the ground.
Meanwhile, Senator McConnell's colleague, Republican Missouri Senator Josh Hawley, said he'd introduce legislation which strips Disney of its special copyright privileges. The Copyright Clause Restoration Act would limit the length of copyrights Congress gives to corporations to 56 years and would apply retroactively. This comes after a public battle between Disney and Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Former President Donald Trump would be allowed back on Twitter, according to Tesla chief executive Elon Musk. Musk is buying the social media platform and said on Tuesday he would allow the former president to return to the social media site. In addition, Musk said the permanent bans of Twitter accounts should be rare and reserved for accounts that are scams or automated bots. Quarterback Tom Brady has announced he's returning to the Tampa Bay Bucs next season, but he's lining up career options after he retires. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
Tom Brady is already locking in his next plans after he's done playing football. The 7-time Super Bowl champion will be joining Fox Sports as the network's lead analyst. Brady will call Fox's biggest NFL games and serve as an ambassador. CEO Lachlan Murdoch saying they're delighted that Tom has committed to joining the Fox team and wished him luck for his upcoming season. Brady retired earlier this year before deciding to return to the NFL to play another season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Celebrity chef Mario Batali has been cleared of sexual misconduct following a criminal trial in Boston. A Boston municipal court judge found him not guilty on Tuesday after a 2-day trial in which the chef had waived his right to a jury trial. A woman had accused Batali of forcibly kissing and groping her while taking a selfie at a restaurant in 2017. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We gonna hear from all our friends. We gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. Welcome into a Wednesday. Our friends on the West Coast. Looking at the 11th day of May. Hope your week's going well. Midweek hump day. Here it is. Yeah, Roy, I got your email. I had that story a couple of days ago. I had not touched on it yet. As we continue to just kind of await the fallout of the continued shutdowns in China, which, you know, those things, they're going on and on. I don't know if anyone has an answer as to why Xi Jinping is continuing with his, what do they call it, the zero COVID policy. So if you reside in one of the, these massive apartment complexes, if one person in the building tests positive, they pretty much put everybody on lockdown. Entire cities on lockdown. So we're still waiting. Yeah, you think the supply chain issues have been bad. In the coming months, they're telling us it's all going to come roaring back into the picture, like it was through especially the first half of 2021. Are we ready in this country to maybe go back in time with more restrictions, shutdowns? Story's talking about the Biden administration says we, the United States, may see 100 million coronavirus infections and a potentially significant wave of deaths coming our way this fall and winter, driven by new subvariants of the Omicron that are showing a remarkable ability to escape immunity. The projection made late last week by senior administration officials during a background briefing as the nation approached the 1 million death toll. In forecasting 100 million potential infections during a cold weather wave later this year and early into next year, the official did not present any new data or make a formal projection. Instead, he just described the fall and winter wave as a scenario based on a range of outside models of the pandemic. Those projections assume that Omicron and the subvariants will continue to dominate community spread, and there's not going to be a dramatically different strain of the virus. Several experts agreed a major wave this fall and winter is possible, giving the waning immunity from vaccines in those who have had previous infections, and the loosened restrictions and the rise of variants that are better able to escape immunity. Many have warned the return to more relaxed behavior like going without the masks, to participate in crowding, indoor social gatherings. The 7-day national average of new infections more than doubled from March 30th to last Friday, from like 29,000 and some change per day to 71,000 new cases last Friday. What we're saying seems reasonable. It's on the pessimistic side of what we projected in our COVID modeling scenario. Oh boy, it's hard to predict the future when it comes to COVID, but I think we're at a point now where it's even harder than normal because there's so much sensitivity in terms of these long-term trends, the things we don't understand exactly about the virus. There was another modeler at the University of Washington's Institute for Health Metrics that said a winter surge is likely. His organization, which has made long-term forecast despite all the uncertainties, just produced a new forecast that shows a modest bump in cases through the end of this month, then a decline until the cold weather arrives, the arrival of winter. I don't know where we're going, but COVID fatigue, yep. Get ready for another round, maybe. All right, what do you say? Let's get back to the calls. And room for you here on a Wednesday morning. That's 844-844-3388. Head on down, see what's going on with Eagle this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, a lot of people talking about the same thing, Steve. This guy, Joe Biden, talking today. Same thing I told you a couple of weeks ago. He still had the nerve again to say that the reason why we got the high gas prices is because of Vladimir Putin and the war. But it's already a proven fact. You know that, Steve, that the guy shut the pipeline down and still ain't turned it back on. You know something, Steve. Joe Biden must really think that that some of the American people are stupid for him to come on television today and say that he doesn't know why the price of fuel is going up. It makes no. Don't you think so, Steve? Don't you think it's just a joke for that guy to come on television and say he cannot understand why the price of fuel is. I think you said earlier we set a record. Didn't they set a record in America today for $4 and some cents a gallon, the highest price in the history of this country? Am I right?
$4.37 for gas. How about $5.62 for diesel?
Yeah. Well, both of those are records for the United States.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Like I say, the nerve of this guy to come on TV and say what he said today about the prices. He doesn't understand why the prices are out of control. Well, if he doesn't know, then he's dumber than we think he is, Steve. If he doesn't know why the price is out of control, it's going to continue to be out of control because they're not doing anything to stop it. You know something, Steve. I noticed they got another liar that's going to be, all they do is, they lie for Joe Biden. They got another press secretary that's supposed to be taking over, in the next couple of weeks, a black woman. And she's not going to be no different than this Psaki woman. She's going to come on TV and tell lie after lie after lie. So anybody that's thinking that things are going to change when she takes over, I got bad news for you. It's just going to continue. She's just going to continue on where Psaki left off at. She might be worse. You might be worse than her if that's possible. But, yeah, Steve, Joe Biden, this is the worst. I told you a couple of months ago that I didn't think it was possible to be worse than Barack Obama as a president. I thought Obama would go down in history, besides Jimmy Carter, as the worst president to ever sit in the White House. But Joe Biden has already eclipsed that record. In 2 years, less than 2 years, he's already, he'll go down in history as far as I'm concerned as the worst president that ever stepped into this the White House. It's bad. You know, one guy today, Steve. I don't know what this guy's name is, but he'll never do it. You know, he's one of the few politicians in Washington that has guts, you know, to say what he said. He said that Biden should resign. I forgot what this guy's name is, but he's not going to resign because he's making too much money right now at the expense of American people. But yeah, we're in dangerous times right now. Like I said, Steve, we're coming up now. They're talking about down in Texas where I live at, because we have a heat wave down in Texas. It's over 100 degrees in some cities in Texas, and they saying now that we have a power shortages because so much electricity is being used that we might have problems. Not only are we bad enough, we got the high fuel prices, we got the high food prices, we got the high everything, and now they're talking about shutting the lights out on the power grid. So it's really, really bad right now, Steve, down in Texas. And then, like I say, going back to the border, here's what's sad about it, Steve. I heard another guy put it to us this way. I think you said it and some other people said it. Here's the bad part about it. Joe Biden, they spent over 30 or 40 billion dollars in Ukraine to protect their borders, but they won't protect the American border. That makes absolutely no sense, Steve. For Joe Biden to protect another country's border, and still to this day, Steve, I don't know how long I've been saying this month after month. Still to this day, Biden, Kamala Harris, or anybody associated with the Biden administration still hasn't gone down to the southern border to check out the situation and see what the hell's going on. That's a dereliction of duty as far as I'm concerned, Steve. And now, like I said, we got the Title 42 coming up in matter of days, and people are coming in droves. They're already making their way towards the USA, and ain't nothing being done about it. I'm totally frustrated right now, Steve. Like I say, I told you this story a couple of weeks ago. I want to say this right quick. I told you can go down to Texas right now and you can see a bus. You can see a bus roll into a truck stop. 40, 50 people get off the bus and they make their way into the truck stop. And some of them get back on the bus and some of them don't. And those people just make their way, get in a taxi cab, and you know they don't speak no English or nothing, and they make their way into the United States, and nothing is being done to stop it. Or if they do, like I said, they make it up to San Antonio, Texas. They go into a Greyhound bus station, load them up on a Greyhound, give them a bus ticket to wherever the hell they want to go, and now they become instant United States citizens. And like I said, nothing is being done to stop it. Well, like I said, Steve, we are being slowly but surely destroyed. Like I said, the 2 years can't go by fast enough to get this thing back under control, because at this point, Steve, we're in big trouble, and I'm just disgusted at this point. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, thank you, Eagle. Little frustration factor there on a Wednesday morning, but yeah, rightfully so. He's talking about the name. It was Mike Braun, Senator Mike Braun. Said this past day, the Biden administration's policies, since Joe Biden was inaugurated, that's what's contributed to the high inflation and the high gasoline prices. When you look at the Democrats, including Biden, when they were campaigning, actually saying he was going to shut down the Keystone Pipeline first, who was going to eliminate the exploration on federal land, the gas prices started going up the day Biden was elected. You will lose an election on high gas prices alone. Those comments as, yes, the price of a gallon of regular gas at $4.37 this past day, notwithstanding the administration's energy policies. He mentioned that other factors contributing to inflation include the CARES Act that we did back in March of 2020. We did a whole lot more spending than we needed to. I mean, that was roughly $4 trillion. We did borrow every penny. But yes, there was a lot of uncertainty then. The Democrats came along with the rescue bill. That was another $2 trillion, and the $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. None of it really paid for. So that was doubling down on what was already risky. But that at least had the unknown and the uncertainty that we saw at the beginning of COVID. Yeah, they seem to want to keep digging the hole deeper and blame somebody else when it's been their fault through the entire process. Mike Braun, the senator of Indiana, making that statement this past day. And we'll be right back here on a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do we got here? 844-844-3388. That is our number. As we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, Wednesday coming on. So we share what Mike Braun had to say this past year. Then you got another senator, Rick Scott of Florida, demanding that Joe Biden resign over his handling of inflation. He said he's unwell. It would be the most effective way to handle the crisis. According to the Business Insider, let's be honest here. Joe Biden is unwell, the senator says. He's unfit for office. He's incoherent, incapacitated, and confused. He doesn't know where he is half the time. He's incapable of leading. He's incapable of carrying out his duties, period. It's simple. The most effective thing Joe Biden can do to solve the inflation crisis he created is resign. He's the problem. Getting him out of office is a quick and easy solution. Now, I'll interject there quite honestly. I think you know, and I know we all know, Joe is not running the show. And the big question who the hell is it behind the scenes that is actually running the show. Joe Biden can resign today, and whoever's been running the show is still technically going to be running the show, even though Kamala Harris would technically be the new president. But I don't think anything would really change. Let's see. The escalation in rhetoric as Biden planned to make a speech concerning his plans to combat inflation while criticizing Scott's proposal, which the president wants to depict as representative of the rest of the Republican Party, even though it's not official GOP policy. Matter of fact, Mitch McConnell even publicly criticized Scott's plan last month, saying, let me tell you what would not be part of our agenda. We will not have as part of our agenda a bill that raises taxes on half the American people and sunsets Social Security and Medicare in 5 years. I mean, why, Rick Scott, why would he even introduce such a proposal? Because that was pretty asinine. But all right, got a couple of minutes before we get our bottom of the hour news break here. North Carolina DOT taking great pride in a new rest area that opened this past week along I-26. You had a chance to check that out yet? In a news release announcing the planned opening of the I-26 Buncombe County rest area, officials described this facility as luxurious. I mean, worthy of comparison to a new luxury home built in western North Carolina. North Carolina DOT touts the facility's high ceilings, fine wood finishes, energy-efficient plumbing, lots of natural light, and plenty of space for your four-legged friends as luxe attractions. I jokingly call it the Taj Mahal of rest areas. But I'm only kind of joking, according to the North Carolina DOT Division engineer. We hope drivers from our area and across the nation take a break from driving and enjoy this wonderful rest area, the Taj Mahal of rest areas, huh? So it's eastbound I-26, mile marker 41, just beyond the airport road exit. Officials say that the rest area, of course, was slated to open last Friday. The corresponding westbound rest area is slated to open sometime in mid-June, they tell us. And they share some of the amenities, but there you go. We'll leave it at that. Maybe you've had a chance to stop through. All that it's cracked up to be. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A newly signed bill in Florida is highlighting the horrors of communism and drawing attention to those who've died at the hands of such regimes. Reporter Tim Berg has the story.
Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill Monday that requires public high schools to observe Victims of Communism Day. DeSantis saying the bill will help make sure young people learn about the evils of communism, the dictators that have led communist regimes, and the hundreds of millions of individuals who suffered and continue to suffer under the weight of this discredited ideology.
Pfizer is growing. The company said on Tuesday it will pay $11.6 billion to buy Biohaven Pharmaceutical Holding Company. Pfizer is rolling the dice on its ability to boost sales of the top-selling pill in a new class of migraine drugs. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Tell you what, let's get back to the calls here on a Wednesday. Buckwheat on board. Morning, Buckwheat. What's happening?
Hey, not much, Steve. I think
taking my call here. I want to chime in on the Mother's Day convoy this weekend in our area. That was the first time I ever went to the location. We have always watched it from time to time throughout the years, but yeah, I really enjoyed myself there, and Little Buckwheat enjoyed the carnival atmosphere and all the stuff there. And I have to say, Horse Feathers is a pretty good salesman for you.
You think?
Yeah.
I know he was passing
Yeah.
out the cards, and I guess he was had a bunch of hotshot secret stuff. He said he had pens and keychains and stickers and catalogs.
Yeah, I picked up one of the air fresheners from Hot Shot Secret. I was not listening to the program when Squirrel got the bozo balls, but Horse Feather says these here smell a lot better than what they did.
I remember the bozo balls. Yeah, those were they smelled like, what'd they say, urinal mints, I think is the way he described them.
Yeah. Well, it's there was hopefully I helped a little bit to sell some product. There was a guy there that there's Bambi laying on the highway, but he had somebody would picked up some of the brochures that he had there, and I just commented. I said, this stuff really works. I have put it in my truck, and for the 9 tanks before I put it in, my fuel mileage went up 0.4 a gallon from 6 to 6.4. And then I got the shop to put the stuff in the oil, the friction eliminator, and it raised it up another 0.4 a gallon. So I'm running from 6 to 6.8, 6 without the hot shot stuff in the truck and 6.8 with the stuff in. So yeah, that guy seemed very interested, and so it's the stuff does work. I mean, it's I keep track of my fuel mileage every tank and write it down in a book, and so it's a goal of mine to try to get 8 miles a gallon with this truck, but I don't know if I can running back and forth to New York City.
Well, that might be a bit of a stretch, but yeah, hey, thanks. I mean, that's what Chris says. I hear that story all the time. That's what he likes to hear, though. I mean, that's what they've got the EDT challenge and whatnot going on. Yeah, guaranteeing a 3% fuel economy increase.
Yeah, but it's well worth it. And if anybody else wants to try it, call in and you get a free $60 worth of product. So that's all I have. And one thing is, do you have the contact information for GMT Enterprises? Because I'd really like to get Rambler out of jail. I like to hear him on the radio again.
I did have a message from him earlier. The stream chat took a dump, but he did say he's out of jail. He said, I promise it was just a contact high with the devil's lettuce. And he said, I had no idea that the non-alcoholic margarita mix would have ever done what it did. Something along that line. But yeah, he'll be checking in here in just a bit, all right? Thank you much, Buckwheat. Yep. So hope you had a good time there at the Mother's Day convoy. And I'm looking here for, in this region, of course, the secret bunker in southwest Ohio. We had the big cicada emergence, the 17-year cicadas that came out last year. Billions of brood 10 cicadas last summer. Of course, their offspring not expected to appear till the year 2038. The 17-year cicadas. But there might be some late to the party. Here in Cincinnati, they have the Mount St. Joe's Dean of Behavioral and Natural Sciences, Gene Kritzky, that said some of the Brood 10 members may be making an appearance this year because it happened the last time Brood 10 came out back in 2005. I said they were probably eaten as soon as they came out, but enough of them came out to be noticed. You may have heard the old cliche, I never got cavities until I started going to the dentist. Well, we never had cicadas coming out in off years because we never looked. He said several states have already reported emergencies. And coming up next week, Cincinnati. And well, that's technically this week because this was the story from last week. Cincinnati, we're looking at some 80-degree temperatures. I think we're going to see that maybe today. And I'm predicting, he said, we will see some periodical cicadas emerging. Not in the big numbers that we saw last year, but maybe it's because of climate change. Maybe it's nature mixing things up to keep the species going. But for those who maybe had downloaded they had an app called Cicada Safari last year where people were, you'd use the app to take pictures and report where, what part of the community you're in and where you saw them emerging in your particular neighborhood. He said, if you've still got the app, send pictures of the cicadas along with your location. There were nearly 200,000 people that got that app last year, and it's actually been updated for this year. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to take a look. Yeah, we had a lot of brood 10 cicadas at the Sommers Ranch last year. Yes, we did. All right, 17 before the hour. See what's going on with Big Sexy this morning. What's happening?
Not much. Same old thing, different day. Steve, this is a live mic.
Well, yes, it's a live mic.
Seems like last night, at about 15 minutes before your show was over, seems like I heard somebody mention my name.
I said he doesn't use your name. He said, I ain't calling no man sexy.
Yeah. I don't pay much attention to what that idiot says, but I did hear him say that, and, I've let him rest, and he just won't let it go. He keeps bringing something up. So if he's got a problem, give him my number. I'll be glad to line him out. I drive an Escape and I drive a Grand Caravan if he's got a problem with that. So, but I heard him mention it. I didn't call him because I knew you said Chevy guy was online, and he usually takes a little while, and I knew there wouldn't be enough time for me to get on last night.
We were at the tail end of the show.
But I wasn't going to let it go without mentioning it.
He had to get a dig in, didn't he? I hit the bell, ding, ding, ding.
I've been letting him rest. I hadn't, you realize I ain't said a word about him in a while.
Right.
Mainly because I got better things to do than worry about him. But, he seems to want to worry about me, so I'll let him worry about me. At least somebody is. But that's why I just wanted to touch base on that. Just now getting rolling good.
So I know they were talking. The heat was supposed to be building your neck of the woods. So you got a nice warm night tonight, and you're looking at like some 90s or for highs today.
Well, I think it was supposed to get up about 91 yesterday. I don't know what it got up to. Today being Wednesday, I think they're saying about 95 today.
That's what I thought, yeah.
It's 74 right now.
There you go.
And, I had to have that transmission cooler and air condenser replaced last year when I hit the deer right around Christmas time when I had it replaced. And I had to have it replaced again because the condenser had a hole in it now. But I got that fixed Monday, and I got air conditioning again in the van, so it feels pretty good in here right now. Probably hang meat in here right now.
There you go.
But, at least we're not having any bad weather, and I think we're supposed to have maybe some rain this weekend. But other than that, everything's good. I'll just back out here and listen to the rest of the show.
Let's hope the AC keeps on working, right? Because you're going to need it with those 95. It's going to be a hot one, a scorcher this afternoon. And just I'll throw this at you. Says, y'all want to teach your kids a life lesson in 2 minutes? Show them the replay of the Kentucky Derby. Number one, not the best starting position. Not the biggest or best horse in the field. Yeah, number 3 only made the race on account of another horse having to scratch. Number 4, $30,000 horse competing against multi-million-dollar horse. It ain't always about having the best of everything or being the biggest and favored. It's about the size of the heart and the dedication to win and excel in everything you do. Well done, Rich Strike. Yeah, against all odds, right? A 2-minute life lesson. There you go. We'll be back after this. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, looking at, let me see here. A lot of cue ball, not the cue ball that normally calls, but we've got another cue ball friend that's been with us on a number of our cruises over the years. He's out west. Well, if he's still driving, he was pulling triples at one point in time. Hey there, cue ball. But he made a post a few minutes ago. I can't help but laugh, but you know how correct he said, My, we went from stick that needle in everyone's arm to my body, my choice. Real quick, didn't we? Yeah, yes, we did. Wasn't that an abrupt about face? Stick that needle in everybody's arm. All right. And this is another that started making the rounds. I mean, no sooner had the Kentucky Derby wrapped up. I guarantee I saw it on Monday. And I mean, I knew when I saw it, I laughed. Yeah, I knew it was a joke kind of thing. Have you seen the one which says, breaking news, the 148th Kentucky Derby winner, Rich Strike's jockey, Sonny Leon, just turned down a White House invite saying, quote, if I wanted to see a horse's ass, I would have come in second. Now, like I said, I knew it was a joke. It's somebody being funny, but I don't know. Apparently, some people tried to actually take it as fact and actually believed it, which anyone who shares that, they've got the fact checkers on Facebook and whatnot. And if you share it, immediately it pops up. You've got USA Today doing a fact check. You've got Lead Stories. You've got the Columbus Dispatch. And now all these links pop up. Fact check, fact check, fact check. It's not true. It's not true. I don't think anyone ever suggested it was true. Okay. Maybe some people just believe anything they see. Hey, good morning, Vic. What's going on?
Oh, not a lot of anything really. But you were commenting about that jockey saying that it's almost like we're living the 70s all over again, from the desertification of the world to the energy crisis. And then back in the 60s and 70s, the joke was when LBJ was president that they were shorting the name of Texas to just Tex, because they sent the ass to Washington. So it's like I said, it just seems like this stuff just keeps repeating. Excuse me. But one of the reasons that I called was this deal with China and COVID and everything. Apparently, that Wuhan lab is actually ran by the Communist Party of China. And why we ever had an agreement with them is beyond me, because part of that agreement was that all the research and all the information about that would be destroyed. So I guess that, I was kind of like a broken record. It's like, why are we having such a hard time getting a handle on this? And the normal protocol is that when you do research, successful or failure, it goes into a research vault. And then you go back and look at all that, and, when things go awry. And apparently, there is no research to look at on this COVID. And whenever China was talking about, another lockdown, I think they locked down some of their auto factories and some of their production there. And they had like a 48% drop in auto sales last month. And so the whole thing with this China deal and the Wuhan, the COVID, and all of that, I am absolutely amazed that somebody hasn't said, we're going to have to take a hard look at how we ever got involved with someone that wants to destroy the research that the American taxpayers had paid for.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you can't get away with that in this country. And I know one of the major companies that were over there, they didn't like their protocol before all this happened. And they literally walked away and left everything over there and said, we're not dealing with these people because they aren't doing things according to medical protocol. And you mentioned Senator Braun there from Indiana. Senator Braun actually got his big money by starting a turkey company and sold it out and became a millionaire, multi-millionaire. And then he got into a logistics company, and he still owns that as far as I know. And he has his own trucks and everything. But he will be he got started into it whenever there were American manufacturers, and then they all started going to China and Mexico. So it was either give up the business or do business in China and Mexico. So when you were mentioning about he was going to look at this whole deal with Biden and how Biden's doing on the energy front and all that, Senator Braun is an actual business person, or was a business person, and he's traded some pretty hefty commodities in a hedging position, maybe even speculative. But he does know the markets forwards and backwards. So anyway, the point that I wanted to make was that he's going to get hurt by this China deal if they're not manufacturing parts over there or not able to get them to this country. So exactly, what sort of attitude he will take, I don't know. But he is feeling a little personal pain on this, I would guess. And before he was a U.S. senator, he was a state senator. And so I don't know exactly, I don't talk to him or anything of that nature. He tried to help me out on an IRS deal where I didn't get some of the bonus money, and that was the biggest fiasco you could ever imagine. But they tried. But anyway, the point is that I don't know if Senator Braun's really going to push this harder, and if he can get other people to go along and find out, how did this economy get in such a state in the political atmosphere? Because let's face it, it all started with this COVID thing, and it just kept snowballing. And I don't know exactly how where Biden doesn't have a clue how to get out of it, first and foremost, and the people that are advising him or directing him, I'm not so sure that they have America's best interest at heart. And that's the big difference between Biden and back in Jimmy Carter's day in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
Carter's heart was in the right place, but I have no idea where his head was. And President Nixon was the one that started that windfall profits tax, and it didn't work. And then he rejuvenated it in the late 80s, and that's when we had this hyperinflation. And the American economy could stand that back then. The American economy won't be able to withstand this hyperinflation or high interest rates. So, by and large, until we get a handle on this COVID thing, and simply, I don't know how they're going to reconstruct the research, or that agreement with the Chinese Communist Party was that we here in America would destroy all our research. So we're basically back to square one.
I saw something where we had an agreement. Wuhan, the lab had an agreement with some university in Texas, I believe it was, and the agreement was that either party could request the other to destroy all their documents and whatnot. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, that was the one in Galveston, but it wasn't only Galveston. There was others. That was a whole agreement on the research, and Fauci knew that from day one. And why somebody isn't bringing him up and saying, why didn't you let us know the status of all these agreements?
Yeah.
This stuff is just barely, it's just dripping out a little here and a little there. And so I don't know. This whole thing, this coronaviruses are they're pretty common, actually. But something changed somewhere along there. And that's why whenever Senator Rand Paul and Fauci getting these arguments about gain of function, maybe that's why Fauci feels so confident, because it's like, well, all the research has been destroyed and you'll never find it, So but whenever I heard you mention that about the deal with China and the way they're wanting to go back to locking everything down over there, and it's taking a toll on the Chinese economy. And
big time.
That's going to take, right.
And what they've got going on now, I believe I saw this past day a headline that the current lockdowns is like 10 times more severe when they locked down the Wuhan.
That's correct. Yeah, it's taking a toll on. Before I was trying to think, there's only like a couple of cities they really, and I don't believe Beijing ever got locked down in the first one, but Shanghai, the port there at Shanghai, all of that's getting locked down, and it's taking a big toll. And kind of along the same vein, but another a tangential story is China is not shipping any products back in those containers that were all piled up around the world. Instead, they're just bringing back empty containers because they want to get their stuff in it and get them sent back out again. So that's kind of a side story to this whole container shortage and supply chain disruption. They're not being very cooperative in solving that problem either. They're trying to maintain their advantage on that. So anyway, I just heard you mentioning that about the lockdown, and I didn't know if you were aware that Wuhan lab is actually ran by the Chinese Communist Party, and that just and then
I remember well when it first began to unfold. Remember, they sent the military in there. Military swept in, and we pretty much know they were scrubbing, erasing all the documentation, anything that could lead back to what the hell they were doing. But, a little behind on our top of the hour news break here. But, the headline says the economic impact of the latest COVID outbreak could be more than 10 times that of the initial wave in 2020 there in Wuhan, according to a top economist, underscoring the growing concern about the toll of China's continued zero COVID policy. Lockdowns, transportation restrictions have already affected 160 million people this year in cities there in China with a combined economic output of 18 trillion yuan, or 2.68 trillion with a T, trillion U.S. dollars. The economic impact. Why? Final hour just ahead here, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell took a swing at President Joe Biden and Democrats on Tuesday, blaming both for the economic pressures facing Americans.
They took an economy that was ready to soar, turned it around, and drove it into the ground.
President Biden attempted to unveil a plan to battle inflation on Tuesday, but failed to offer specifics.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
U.S. inflation is at its highest point in 40 years. Ukrainian officials say Russian missiles pummeled the vital port of Odessa. They say it's part of efforts to disrupt supply lines and weapons shipments. Ukraine's ability to stymie a larger, better armed Russian military has surprised many who anticipated a much quicker conflict. The war is in its 11th week. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Have you heard? The United States Mint has issued the Morgan Silver Dollar for the first time in 100 years. Not only that, but they are also minted in 99.9% pure silver for the first time ever in history. Coin experts are calling this an amazing opportunity for anyone that knows the enduring popularity of Morgans. But you must hurry. Only 175,000 legal tender silver dollars were issued. These Morgan Silver Dollars are brand new, bright and shiny legal tender coins minted by the iconic Philadelphia Mint. Just call 1-800-888-7630 and you're guaranteed a new 99.9% pure silver Morgan dollar. The first time in history this has happened. But with limited quantities, you must call now to order. To learn more, call 1-800-888-7630. If you order now, you will receive a free collector bonus, a $25 value free with every order. Call 1-800-888-7630 now to secure your new Morgan Silver Dollars before they are gone. That's 1-800-888-7630.
Missouri and Louisiana's attorneys general are pushing back against the Biden administration's so-called Ministry of Truth and Big Tech. Missouri AG Eric Schmidt spoke to Newsmax.
Yeah, this is really Missouri versus the Ministry of Truth. So we filed this lawsuit with Louisiana against the Biden administration, really two of the most corrupt players right now, and two of the biggest institutions, big government and big tech, for colluding to suppress speech and violate the First Amendment. Ultimately, the government doesn't get to outsource its censorship to private parties.
A California district attorney declined to file charges against legendary boxer Mike Tyson after being caught on video allegedly punching a passenger on a flight. DA Steve Wagstaff said on Tuesday he's declared the case closed. In addition, Wagstaff added his office will not be filing charges against the passenger, Melvin Townsend, who declined to press charges against Tyson. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Queen Elizabeth has delegated one of her most important public duties to her son, Prince Charles. This comes as the Queen prepares to celebrate 70 years on the throne. The ceremony includes the reading of the Queen's speech laying out the government's legislative program, which is considered an important symbol of the monarch's constitutional role as head of state. Quarterback Tom Brady has announced he's returning to the Tampa Bay Bucs next season, but he's lining up career options after he retires. Reporter Tim Berg explains.
Tom Brady is already locking in his next plans after he's done playing football. The 7-time Super Bowl champion will be joining Fox Sports as the network's lead analyst. Brady will call Fox's biggest NFL games and serve as an ambassador. CEO Lachlan Murdoch saying they're delighted that Tom has committed to joining the Fox team and wished him luck for his upcoming season. Brady retired earlier this year before deciding to return to the NFL to play another season with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Tesla is recalling about 130,000 vehicles across its U.S. model lineup because the touchscreens can overheat and go blank. The recall covers certain Model S sedan and Model X SUVs from 2021 and 22, as well as Model 3 cars and Model Y SUVs from 2022. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
There you go. That's my clue. Back at it here. Yeah, in his address yesterday, President Biden, he did come out to admit, soaring inflation. It's a real tough problem to solve. But I hate to tell you, it may get worse before it gets any better. While offering no new ideas to stem rising prices. It's really complicated, he said. Let me quote here. It's really complicated. I'm not suggesting American people can't understand it. They understand it, but they have, they're working 8-10 hours a day just to put food on the table. Yeah. Inflation at levels not seen in more than 40 years. He declined to predict how long it may take for prices to start coming down. Then he went on to suggest we may actually see prices continue higher through next year. Oh boy. I'm not going to predict that, he says. It ranges depending on which economist you're talking to. By the end of this year, and some say it's going to be next year. Others who say maybe by the end of this year, we'll begin to see it come down by the end of the calendar year. I don't know, but I know what we have to do is make sure we can bring it down. Okay. Gonna get worse before it gets any better. So Cinco de Mayo, you found yourself in the Pokey hanging out with some folks imbibing in the devil's lettuce. Is that correct?
A while back, you had Maverick on, and a horrible rumor got out that Maverick had met his demise.
Yes, I recall.
And, Yeah, and he had to clear some things up. And if you remember, it was the president and CEO of GMA Enterprises that got that started. You know, and of course Maverick appeared, and World War was resurrected from the dead, him and John the Monkey, and had to clarify that. The president and CEO of GMA Enterprises. Well, he's partially correct. I don't know why a non-alcoholic margarita mix would do that to a human being. And, you know, being in New Orleans, there's a lot of devil's lettuce partakers here. And, I guess they put me in jail because I ate too much food down here. You know, Steve, these Cajuns can sure enough cook down here. I don't know if you ever been down in Nolans or anywhere else and ate some of their good food, the beignets, or not real big on crawfish, but the etouffee and the jambalaya and everything like that. Apparently I went over into a neighbor's house, a strange person's house. They were having a cookout outside, and I kind of partook in a lot of their food and got the police called. But hey, I'm here, man.
Back with us. All right, got bailed out.
Bailed out. So, buckwheat, not to fear, ramblers here. So, no, I tell you, on a very serious note, that's, if you, and I remember what you told Maverick, if you ever sat down and thought, no one don't care about me, and no one cares if I live or die.
Yep.
Yeah, you could be so wrong. I've heard my name mentioned a lot. And, Steve, it warms my heart. It really does. And, I was at the Chickasaw Market this past Saturday, Little Rambler. He had a baseball game. It was cops versus kids for the Chickasaw baseball team. And I had my old Siberian Husky. I was out walking her around and, meeting people, shaking hands, taking selfies, and, and everything like that, and just going to different booths and talking to people, and that's why they call me Rambler. I like to run my mouth and ramble on about things, And I got all the way over there to a booth. This young lady stood up. She said, "Sir, I don't know who you are. Don't know you from Adam, but I saw you from way over there, and I'm going to tell you right now, God walks with you." He said, "I've seen all these other people around you, sir." I said, "But you have a glow about you. Are you a preacher?" I said, "Ma'am, I certainly am."
Really? Wow.
We got to talking and yeah, really, yeah. And we got to talking and everything like that. And, I'm just so glad to be, chosen by God to be able to preach this gospel message and get it out there. And all joke aside, I'm glad to be back, and I love old Gilligan and Marianne, the good people. And you never know what someone's going through. A lot of people can, Steve, can put up that fence, that they can put up that wall, and they won't let you see past it. I'm glad to see Gilligan's back running up and down the road, and he's able to call and make us laugh with some of the nonsense that he does. And but Gilligan and Marianne, they just buried their son. And not only that, and I'm saying this because it's made public.
Mm-hmm.
Gillian's mother, Shirley Miller, and his stepfather, they've been in ill health, and it warms my heart to know that even though there's been a lot going on, that he's able to laugh and joke and everything like that. And you got another caller, and I love this man to death, Buckwheat. They'll know. You would hear him talk, you wouldn't think nothing's going on with him. And I say this because Dale's made this public. And I want y'all to say a prayer for not only for Gilligan, but for Dale too. Dale's battling cancer, God's children. Now, you would hear his phone call, you wouldn't even know that this poor man, he ain't poor because he's got Jesus Christ, is going through a trial, but he is. So y'all remember Dale, and he's a little Buckwheat's a special young man. We love little Buckwheat. He's a good young man, and so y'all just say a little old prayer for them. But I'm glad to be back with you, and glad to be here, Steve. And I tell you, I wouldn't want to be no other place Monday through Friday than right here on the overnight drive. And after we have church at the Turbo Ministries Church, I always want to try to hang in there, but they got me on this CPAP machine, and CPAP users, you would definitely know what I'm talking about. Before the CPAP, I'd snore real loud. I could lay in bed, look at my phone or watch TV, and I'd stay up about 10, 15 minutes. Man, I put that CPAP on, in less than 5 minutes, I'm out. And not only am I out, but man, I'm dreaming. The dreams I have are more colorful and vivid. It's like night and day. But Steve, the old man curse has caught up with me. I had to go get my eyes checked again. I was due for my every other year eye exam.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to my optometrist, old Dr. Hicks there, and tell him what all going on. I said, yeah, every time I read my cell phone or whatever, everything looks blurry sometimes it don't. And he dilated my eyes, which that burns. If you ain't never had your eyes dilated, that's like diving into the Gulf of Mexico, eyes wide open. All that salt water getting in there and just may make you want to scream. But he put an image up there. He says, how's this look? I said, man, I can't read nothing. It's blurry. He said, this is your vision without glasses. I said, oh, really? I said, that bad, huh? So, and he got it all situated. And needless to say, I don't need glasses while I'm driving. Thank God for that. But, yeah, when you see old Brother Rambler on the Turbo Ministries Church wearing glasses, I just wear them when I read, but I've been told I got to wear them full time now. So, and I had a lady in there. I was like, man, I ain't got my wife to help me pick out a decent pair of frames. I mean, I know I'm old, but I don't want to look too old. And so, yeah, I'm using the CPAP machine. I'm on the blood pressure medication and got to wear glasses. Steve, this getting old stuff is for the birds. I don't like it.
I hear you. Yep.
I don't like it. No. But, but thank you for everyone that's been asking about me. And when I truly, sincerely say it, I mean it. I love you. But one thing I hadn't been loving, that's these politicians. And when I go to the Word of God, Steve, I go to the book of St. John. I go to chapter 8 and verse number 44. And what it says about these politicians is wanting to do abortion. They're busy to try and pass a bill for it. And what I read, Steve, and I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, is they got the votes to pass it, And of course, you got the president who claims to be a good little Catholic boy. You got the Speaker of the House who claims to be a good little Catholic girl that's going right along with it. What I know for a fact, and I'm not trying to preach religion, that the Catholics do not believe in that. They believe in having a big family, They believe how you feed a big family is you add more water to the soup and extend it. So when I read what John chapter 8 verse 44 says, it says, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of him ye shall do. And God's children, make no mistake about it. The things you see going on in this world, and it just ain't with the donkey, it's with the people that represent the elephant too. They're just as bad as the old donkey party. When I see what's going on, Steve, and I fully believe the rapture should have already happened. I believe fully that God is given more time for his children, for us to get it together. But God's children, I'm here to tell you now, don't be like the ones that were outside making fun of Noah when he was building the ark and preaching the flood's coming. Don't be like the ones that was out there when all of a sudden they're in the ark and the animals are in the ark, and that first few drops of rain hit you on the head. By that time, it's too late. Get your life straight now, and no man can serve two masters. You got to pick one. You're either going to serve the world or you're going to serve Christ. And Steve, I choose to serve Christ, and I'm glad I do. And like I tell people at the Turbo Ministries Church, I said, you ain't got to promote me. The Holy Ghost is my promoter. And I found that out this past Saturday when that young lady said what she said. But to get off that little soapbox one more time before I go, I know you got to take a little short break to sponsor Hot Shot Secret. And Big Sexy, I don't think Knuckle Buster means nothing by it at all. And, no, Knuckle Buster just a good old boy and everything like that. I've heard some negative things being said about my old buddy Knuckle Buster. And, we all have our opinions when we call this show. And, Steve, you know the old cliche. Opinions are like buttholes. Everyone has.
Yeah, everybody got one. Yep.
Everybody got one. Everybody got one. I'm sure some people listening to me could just shake their head and say, that old country hick preacher calling up preaching, the world's coming to an end. He's like a fat old henny penny, giving his glasses and everything like that. Well, that's your opinion, and, you can talk about me. I don't care, because you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to love you even more. And you may hate that. I don't care, because when Christ hung on the cross, he didn't say a word, but I thirst. Woman, behold thy son. Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which is to me, my God, oh God, why hast thou forsaken me? And he looked at that one thief on his right and said, this day you should join me in paradise. And that's where I want to be. God's children, remember, love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, man, I know I can love you, and I do. And Steve, I appreciate you. Good to be talking to you. I love you, my friend. And, rub old Turbo's head and give the prince a kiss. And God's children, I love you. And I'll see you later, Steve.
Have a good morning there, Rambler. Glad you got out of the pokey there. Okay, we'll be back into here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Look at there. There's a name we haven't seen in quite some time. Lone Ranger. Good morning.
Good morning, Steve. Well, Steve, it's getting more and more difficult to sit back and watch our country go down a toilet. And I'm hearing this clown in the White House, a 2-time loser with no accomplishments. Why anybody voted for him, I don't know, but I guess I blame it on the misinformation liberal media because they don't tell the whole story. and they won't say anything negative about a Democrat, and that's pretty much how you wind up with so many stupid people. The number of people that watch these propaganda left-wing news sources are the same percentage of people that are stupid, pretty much. So how did this happen? Well, it started in June of 2020 when Nancy Pelosi made the announcement that we had to have write-in votes with these drop boxes for the ballots. That's where it started. Anybody that thinks Joe Biden got 81 million legitimate votes when he only had 20 people show up at his rallies is brain dead. So that's where it started. So why would anybody vote for a two-time loser with no accomplishments? Well, because they hated Trump. They hated $2 a gallon gas. They hated that the rogue dictators like Rocket Man and the rest of them weren't firing any missiles. They hated that. They hated the best economy in history. So they hated Trump and everything he did. So if you hated Trump, you hated America because he actually improved the country, and this guy is bringing it down. We're right back to the Obama days with the high gas prices, but it's even worse. And Creepy Joe is blaming Putin. He's blaming everything but himself. The high gas prices started climbing the day he took office and signed those executive orders. That's when it started going up. That was a year before the invasion. But if you listen to MSNBC and CNN, you don't know that because they won't report that. So again, you have the stupid people. This when I cashed in my stocks, when Biden got elected, Trump said on a campaign trail that we would have a recession because a lot of recessions are connected to high energy prices because it's a lot more than filling up your tank. High energy affects everything and usually leads to a recession, which I think it probably will. So we started out on day one of January 20th with our high gas prices. And now look where we're at. And Trump had predicted during the campaign that if Creepy Joe got elected, we would have recession and gas would be $6 or $7 a gallon. Well, where are we right now? So when I cashed out the stocks, it was the Dow, which I know doesn't have everything to do with the price, but has something to do with it, was 35.9. When I looked at it last night, it was 32.1. Now, your 401k probably took a pretty good hit, I guess. So we're on our way down the drain here. And the people that are in charge, some of them should be in jail. Joe Biden should be in jail for treason for supplying $85 billion worth of weapons to the Taliban. That is a treasonous act. His son should be in jail because he lied on a federal firearms application, which carries a 5-year prison term. But he never got arrested. Now we have a new press secretary, and her history of racism is unbelievable. I mean, they showed clips of her. Everybody to her who disagrees with the Democrat narrative is a racist. That's all you're going to hear from her. That's racist. This is racist. That's racist. But it didn't matter whether or not she was qualified or whether or not she spewed racism. What mattered was that she was black, and she's the first LGBTQ to be press secretary. That's how they announced her stepping up. That's why she's there. Nothing to do with qualifications. So she's going to be a walking disaster. Now, Jen Psaki was pretty good with her words. She was pretty good covering for Joe, and she would make up excuses. She said that these abortion people that are protesting at the judges' houses were okay as long as it's peaceful protest. Well, let's go back to the summer of 2020 when CNN announced that with the buildings burning behind the reporter that it was a peaceful protest.
Generally peaceful. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's against the law to protest at a judge's house because you're trying to influence his decision. That's a federal offense. But nobody's getting arrested. Why not? So it goes on. And Biden predicting when the inflation's going to end. He doesn't even know what day it is. He announced the other day that Tim Scott was from Wisconsin. He has no clue. He just reads off the teleprompter. He's the front man. Who's running the show behind him? My guess is Obama, because everything that's going on is very similar to the Obama days, the high energy prices and everything else. He says we're doing great. The economy's getting better. And he said, the Republicans came up with a plan. Tim Scott's plan was the ultimate MAGA plan. But he said that as a bad thing. Well, he forgot that MAGA stands for Make America Great Again. So if you've got the ultimate MAGA plan, why wouldn't you want that? Because that's the ultimate Make America Great Again plan. So apparently he doesn't want to make America great. But he is so, it's easy to see why he didn't get elected the first two times he ran. And we have got a mess now. I don't know where this is going to end, but nobody even takes him seriously. We've got a mouthpiece in the White House. Who's running the show for sure? I really don't know. But we are going down the tubes at an alarming rate. And everybody thinks that his answer to bringing the price of gas down was to release millions of barrels from the Strategic Energy Reserve. That was good for about 3 days, and the gas went up instead of going down. So he doesn't have a clue.
And we're still releasing 1 million barrels per day as we speak, and the prices are going up.
Right. But why doesn't somebody say that? Why don't they ask Jen Psaki? Joe Biden told us that he was going to solve this problem by releasing these barrels of oil from the Strategic Reserve. Why hasn't it gone down like he said it would? Why didn't somebody ask her that question? The White House reporter crew, they don't ask the right questions. Of course, now she gets the questions in advance, so she gets a chance to work up a spin. She puts a spin on them. She don't respond to them. She just spins them. So she'll be gone. I guess Friday is going to be her last day, whatever. Now we're going to have this LGBTQ black female who apparently hates Republicans, hates Trump, hates white people. Everybody's a racist that doesn't agree with her. So this is going to be interesting because I don't think she's a wordsmith like Jen Psaki was. She's not going to be able to cover for Joe's flubbing and fumbling and inability to even read off a teleprompter. So it's going to be interesting but disgusting at the same time. So here we go. Right now, the way things are, the way I see it, America is like the turd in the toilet that spins around for a while before it goes down. Right now, we are a spinning turd. And that's all I have. I'll see you later.
All right. Good to hear from you, Ranger, though. Don't be a stranger. We shall return after the news break here. Bottom of the hour on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell took a swing at President Joe Biden and Democrats on Tuesday, blaming both for the economic pressures facing Americans.
They took an economy that was ready to soar, turned it around, and drove it into the ground.
President Biden attempted to unveil a plan to battle inflation on Tuesday, but failed to offer specifics.
I want every American to know that I'm taking inflation very seriously, and it's my top domestic priority.
U.S. inflation is at its highest point in 40 years. Ukrainian officials say Russian missiles pummeled the vital port of Odessa. They say it's part of efforts to disrupt supply lines and weapons shipments. Ukraine's ability to stymie a larger, better armed Russian military has surprised many who anticipated a much quicker conflict. The war is in its 11th week. This is USA Radio News.
An adult elephant can weigh up to 6 tons. The average person, 150 pounds. Ever heard of carfentanil? It's a large wild animal tranquilizer. Illegal drug dealers lace heroin with it. It can kill the average human. If you or a loved one is addicted to opiates, even pain pills, don't wait until it's too late. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline now. We care. Many of us have been where you are. We'll take you or a loved one away from the drug environment to a place you can clean out safely. Plus, we'll work with your insurance company to make sure you get the treatment you need. And with a Family Medical Leave Act, you're allowed by law to get away for help without telling your employer why. Call now to save a life. 800-707-9709. 800-707-9709. That's 800-707-9709.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping? You meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little suggested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, thank you much, and welcome back here. Let's see, from the email bag, hello to Steve. Good Wednesday morning to all. Heading into town to haul trash. Locked and loaded with a thermos full of coffee at my side. It was looking like it's shaping up to be a great day here in central Ohio. Enjoy your day, my friends. Thank you very much, Steve. There's Truck and Phil on board. Morning, Steve, and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. You too, huh? Happy Wednesday. Ready to depart for Sterling Heights and flip back to Fort Wayne. Have a great day. There we go. Countdown clock, 228. 228 days till Christmas. Well, there he is. Hello, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I see this is pick on Knuckle Buster Day right there. Y'all want to hurt me, right? I don't care. People that tell you what they're going to do, tell you I don't listen to them because they ain't going to do nothing anyway. So, anyway, if they won't come on down to my house, come on. They ain't going to like the end result.
Hey, come on. Keep on poking the bear, right?
Yeah, come on. I'll give them a cheeseburger or a bologna sandwich for them. So anyway, I saw something real funny tonight there. I had this big owner-operator pass me, and he was doing 84 miles an hour in Arkansas. See? Well, I mean, he's probably running late or something. I don't know. And no, I did not call the police on him there, but we got about 65 miles an hour up the road there, and guess what? He had them blue lights on that donkey. He's over there by the White River where that DOT man lives there. But he was sure giving him hell down there on the ground. I just kind of chuckled and went on right on around him there. So anyway, I don't know.
So he got his just desserts.
I don't live my life by your standards, and I don't expect you to live your life by mine, right?
Like I said, so he got his just desserts.
Oh, yeah. I bet he slammed on them brakes before he seen him sitting in the middle over there. So anyway, have a great life. We'll talk at you later.
All right. Have a good morning. Happy hump day. There you go. What do we got there? Let's get to the Chevy guy. Hey there. Yes, sir.
I love it between Knuckle Dragger and his favorite paper boy. It's just enjoyable. It's great radio when they're both great guys. I just want to say thank you to all the guys that was, or Pete and gals that was on Facebook and congratulating me and my wife for 40 years of marriage. And I just wanted to say, well, her handle is Cherokee. Well, her life with Chevy guy has not always been easy. One night, you get up in the morning, you go to eat, but it's all the same old. Sometimes, I'll get a paper bowl, throw it out there, throw 2 eggs in there, put it in the microwave for 2 minutes, crack open 2 tins of smoked oysters, dump them in with the eggs, stir it up, eat it. Well, the juice got on my mustache. My mustache overgrown over my lip. Yeah. Well, on the way out the door there at 11:45, I reach over and my wife's sleeping in bed, and I kiss her right there on the forehead. Yeah, pretty much right there at the hairline. Well, I get back that day, and she's sitting there, and she says, honey, I keep smelling something all day long. I don't know what it is. She had took out the trash. She had wiped down the furniture. She just could not figure out what that smell was. Here it was, I had that smoked oyster juice on my mustache, and it got into her hair. So, she got all over me on that. But, and just like this weekend, I took her out, buy her clothes for our anniversary, and I stopped right there. She wanted brassieres. Well, I'm in a minefield already, So I'm pushing her through this on her. I took our wheelchair, I was pushing her through there. And there's this big old thing, underwear model, standing right there in front. I mean, she's life-size. She looks as real as could be. But my wife was going through the bazaars, and she was bent forward as far as she could go on the wheelchair, and she was sort of scooting, wanting me to move forward a little bit. But she turned her head and said, "Quit looking at that underwear model and push me forward." I said, "Honest, honey, I wasn't looking at her underwear." So, other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and be ready for the Steve Sommers overnight drive to pop in here in a few hours. So just enjoyed the show all night long, and everybody's called in. A little bit of riff-raff and bumping heads and all this stuff. It don't mean nothing. Good Lord, it's all about having a little bit of fun, staying a week. And that's what everybody's doing. So over that would be copying the mail. Over.
10-4, as you like to say. Thank you much. Hey, Knuckle Buster, he didn't bring up old Tom Brady, did he? I thought for sure he'd talk about his old buddy Tom. Yeah, the announcement that Tom is going to be joining Fox Sports as the lead NFL analyst when he retires for good from the NFL. Now, how about this? Of course, he announced his retirement, took it back like 18 days later. He's back on for another season with the Buccaneers. But when he decides to move on from the playing field, he has quite the lucrative job waiting. According to the CEO, he broke the news, Fox, that is, broke the news to investors this past morning on their earnings call. New York Post reported Brady's 10-year contract activates upon his retirement, and it is worth $375 million. That would exceed what he's earned on the field with the Buccaneers. Exceed his annual on-field salary. Yeah, Brady takes to Twitter. He says, excited, but a lot of unfinished business on the field with the Buccaneers. There you go. Yeah, he'll be paired with Kevin Burkhardt. Tom will not only call our biggest NFL games with Kevin Burkhardt, he will also serve as an ambassador for us, particularly with respect to client and promotional initiatives. So there you go. That pairing would be in line to replace Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Yeah, the number one Fox booth for years before leaving recently to team up in the Monday Night Football booth for ESPN. So, thinking, what do you got? You got this one more time. I guess undoubtedly he's looking for that one more ring. Well, unfinished business. One more ring. And we shall be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress.
And today
Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I think we've all been just kind of sitting back, wondering, waiting, knowing that China has been paying very keen attention to the Russia invasion there in Ukraine. How does the world react? What are we going to do? And will we maybe take advantage of the moment to invade Taiwan? What is China up to? Well, over the weekend, the Chinese military deployed forces all around the island of Taiwan. A set of large-scale military drills that one Chinese analyst called a rehearsal of possible real action. Full-fledged rehearsal. Monday, the Chinese People Liberation Army announced its Eastern Theater Command had organized maritime, aerial, conventional missile, and other forces around Taiwan and carried out drills around the island from Friday to Sunday. The drills were intended to test and improve the joint operations capability of multiple services and arms. The Chinese state-run Global Times publication reporting, as we just said, the maritime, aerial, conventional missile, and other forces participated in the drills. During the drills, China's liaisoning aircraft carrier deployed east of the island, while a large number of Chinese aircraft and warships carried out drills to the west of the island. Kind of getting prepared, right? Just what's China up to? In preparation of and a possible real action of military conflict in the Taiwan Straits, all PLA forces will play their roles as they will surround the entire island, seal it off, and launch effective strikes, according to Song. When's it going to happen? I guess that's the big, not if, but when. I think that's what we're down to, because we know it's coming at some point. Let's see, we got Doug on the line. Morning, Doug. Doug disappeared. All right, I guess he didn't want to talk after all. Hey there, Eagle, you get the final word this morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'll probably have to finish up tomorrow. Let me see how much time I got left before you go on. Okay, I still got a few minutes. Yeah, Steve, I'm down here at Louisiana right now. As I was driving today, you could definitely tell that the people, four-wheelers, whatever, normally this time of year you see a lot of cars on Interstate 10 rolling towards Florida. The roads wasn't that busy today. People are definitely not traveling, due to the high fuel prices. Mm-hmm. And that's a good thing for me in a way. I'm not happy with the fuel prices, but at least I don't have to deal with these four-wheelers because these people are these four-wheelers nowadays are real reckless. So that's one of the advantages of having the high fuel prices. But as far as, like I told you last night, as far as the trucks go, I very rarely get past, with owner-operators. Most owner-operators, like I said, there's very few owner-operators out here on the road anymore anyway. But Landstar, Landstar is an owner-operated company, and most of those guys, they trying to save fuel. So my truck runs 75, and I very rarely, like I say, get passed up. No, there's very few owner-operators that's running 75 miles an hour or faster because all you're doing is burning up your profit. So you definitely see the owner-operators, they're definitely slowing their trucks down because of the high diesel prices. And I think that's going to continue to go that way, Steve. I don't know. I'd like for you to update that maybe tomorrow on your show. If this new regulation goes through on the governing of trucks, when will that take place? What will be? Well, maybe you can give me an answer tonight. What will be the first day that's supposed to take place if this new rule goes through to govern trucks? Do you know that?
Nah, first of all, you got the 30-day comment period. Typically, it takes months and months for the FMCSA to go through all this. I mean, I'd say it's probably at least a year down the line, at least a year.
Yeah, okay, yeah. A lot of these truck drivers, if you look at the social media and all this, they act like it's gonna take place, next
Tomorrow.
week. The way they're acting. Yeah. I knew it was gonna be an amount of time before it actually take place. But like I say, we'll see what happens. But I really don't think it's gonna go through because we have other things. We have to get this freight moved right now, Steve. I don't know if you know it or not, but I'll call you back tomorrow and talk about that. And as you drive by these car dealerships, especially the foreign or Japanese dealerships, their parking lots are empty. You go by a Honda dealership, a Toyota, or a Mazda, because they can't get parts. A lot of this freight is being stopped, coming out of China. It's crazy what's happening in America. I've never seen a Honda dealership parking lot as empty as I've seen in some of these different places that I go to. The parking lots are empty. They have no inventory whatsoever. And I'll talk to you about that tomorrow, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, have a great morning. Thanks for chiming in, and that'll close things out here on a Wednesday. All right, have a safe Mike hump day today, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll do it all over again. Hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above, and nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. me my dreams.